trouble with this a second ago, but looks like we're good. Alright, now how do I get rid of that? Alright, that'll work. Alright, welcome everybody. Nobody's online yet, but at least I'm live and ready to roll whenever I get my bills back. Gotta pay the lumper fee as well. Alright. I got the green light already, so should be getting that taken care of pretty soon. I'm at Harvest Meat Company in Tolleson, Arizona, or what I guess it's actually XPO Logistics. I don't know why it's also called Harvest Meat, but that's what the information said. Detention pay for earlier. Been a while since I've streamed live, so I assume it might take a bit of time for. Oh, look like actually, who is that on there? I can't see is that Tom? I see it's in blue and it doesn't contrast well with my B pillar here, so I can't quite tell what it actually. I think it's Tom. Oh, hey Ryan, how you doing? Man, that the blue names they don't go too well with my B pillar here. I can see what you guys are saying. I just can't tell who it is saying it very easily. I think that's Corey now. But and it's not updating the number of people that are actually watching. Pale white skin don't contrast too well either. Yeah, well, you're Brit and Irish or whatever, Welsh or whatever the hell it is, accent don't go too well with America either there, Tom. How you guys all doing? I know I haven't been live in a while, but finally got daytime conditions back in, and I'm in my own truck again, so yeah, I figured why not. Road H1 in Houston wasn't too bad. Oh, alright. You know, I had because I remember we were talking about that one on in the Facebook group, and I picked up H1 load before. Don't be a little bitch, Tom. Yeah, I've picked up H1 before, but I had never actually delivered it. I got really good input from a longtime driver here on what the receiving end of it was like. Sounded like there was a little bit of nuance on how to most effectively get in and out of there, or at least into there. But yeah, it didn't seem like it was that difficult. Yeah, I was just going to ask you that. Did you end up? I assume that you had 90 in off the road, and yeah, and then it's not too far off to the left once you're in the driveway, I think, to get into the dock door that we use there, from what I understand. How'd you like the pickup in, though? Because that pickup over there in Bell Gardens, I know that can be a little fun one, especially if there's traffic on that little side street that their driveway's on. I'm at, I don't know who was online when I first started talking, because it still shows that nobody's online, but obviously that's not the case. And my chat is not supposed to be disappearing. Let me see if I can. I have it set to never hide, but it's hiding it in. Alright, I think the lumper guy's coming over here to take my feed now. Alright, yeah, this Streamlabs did some updating, so I'm only getting the YouTube chat. I'm not getting Streamlabs chat. That's why I think why it's disappearing, why I'm only seeing. Pickup was easy since I arrived before 2 a.m. and sat between the docks. I didn't mind. I was their first truck. Oh, that helps, yeah. Because when I got there, I got there when it was time to pick up. We're not too long, I think within an hour or so before. I think I had an 8 a.m. appointment time, and hold on, Marcos. And then, of course, I had come from my house in Victorville, so I want to be at my house as much as I can before I go down there to pick up. And I think I'd gotten there like 7-ish, maybe a little after, and then I don't think they opened until like 8. And by the time I got there, there was already a truck sitting in one of the dock door, whatever. And I ended up having to put the front of my tractor all the way up against that fence that separates the side that we pick up at from the other side there. You know what I'm talking about. But yeah, I nosed in all the way up against that fence, checked in, and then they told me to go ahead and dock in. Like I think it was 1 or 2 spots over from the other guy. Hey Charles, is that Charles right? I can't tell. Because I'm only getting YouTube chat. I don't know why I'm not getting Streamlabs chat with it. I mean, I don't know if I'm supposed to be getting Streamlabs chat with this, but I'm not getting it. Advanced. I might need to put my update the widget stuff, because this is a new version of Streamlabs that I've never used before. What is this mode shit? Oh, it's dark mode. Okay. All right. Editor. Let's see. Chat box. That should be good. Showing on stream. Oh, no. Should be alright the way it is. I don't know. I'm not understanding why I'm not seeing the Streamlabs chat box. Hey, how's it going, James? Yeah, I think I'm because for those of you guys who aren't familiar with live streaming, like Ryan, I know you post on your YouTube channel sometimes. I don't know if you live stream. I've not noticed your live stream at all yet, at least. But YouTube, it only keeps the chat, whatever you guys say, on there for maybe about 10 seconds, and then it disappears, and then I have no access to it after that. And then on because I use Streamlabs mainly so I can have the chat box up as long as I want it up, and that way, because you guys know that the road takes priority, and sometimes I can't see what you guys say until it's too late. And if I have it, if I have the chat box always on where I can see it, then it's okay. When it's a safe and convenient time for me to glance at it, then I can go ahead and do it. But I'll be streaming it at some point. All right. Hey Jim, how you doing? I haven't seen you in a while either. Let's see. But anyway, because I can the chat box, I can tell Streamlabs how long I want it to be on there before the chat disappears. And like I'm saying right now, because I'll normally see it pop up on the YouTube side, like where you see I think just like you guys can see right now, it's I think the blue names on it, and then the white chat text next to it is what you guys I think are seeing as well. That's what I see on my end. But then on top of that, normally with Streamlabs, I also see another, like a scroll up list of how your miles been the last 3 weeks. You run recaps only, or you're 70. My truck's been in the shop, so probably not a really good time to ask me that kind of a question, but I have been kind of running. I'm actually down to, well, I got 2103 left on my 70 right now. I'm already getting into recaps, which is not really a good thing, but I got 3 days in a row of only 3 something coming back. I think last night was one of those, yeah. I think it was like a low 3 hour recap last night. and then I get 342 back tonight, and 315 back tomorrow night. So really, I only have 27 hours to work with over the next few days. So I mean, I can only do about 9 or so hour shifts each of the next 3 days, and yeah, so it's, I guess looking at it that way, it's yeah, I'm doing all right, I guess, but it could be better. But the issues with needing my with the truck maintenance stuff has had a lot to do with that too, because my truck was in the shop in Fontana, came off home time on the 9th. Last 2 weeks is 3,500 miles. Kind of bummer. Yeah, 3,500 is definitely a decent week. So to update you guys, I do have a video I recorded yesterday going from Holbrook down here to Chandler on the southeast side here of Phoenix. I'm still editing it though. I thought about going live with that, but because there's so many dead spots there and that along that particular route that I took, I was like, yeah, maybe I better not live stream this, because there's 3,500 for 2 weeks. Yeah, that sucks. I thought you were doing you meant 3,500 in the same week. All right, yeah, 3,500 is definitely a decent week, but yeah, 2 weeks sucks. Anyway, yeah, I'll give you guys a little update. We'll have more, it's going to be an over 3 hour long recorded video that I'll be posting. Basically the entirety of the trip from the Maverick in Holbrook, Arizona, down to the Loves in Chandler. I can't believe I was even able to have that much dialogue to talk about for almost the entire time. I think there were some spots where I was a little bit quiet, but honestly, I was expecting that I was just going to have, kind of give some updates on what's going on, and then have quiet time, and then I figured I'd end up accelerating the video like 5-10 times, whatever, and put some music on with it, and then post it like that. But then it ends up getting, I'm all the way into Payson, which is like halfway, like at least half the distance to Chandler, and it was hardly a quiet moment. So yeah, you'll be having plenty of that to listen to. I don't know why people would want to listen to me too much, but it is, some people do, I guess. Alright, anyway, yeah. So I had two deliveries on this load here. First one I delivered last night at midnight over there in Chandler at Bosch's. Did you ever get a microfiber towel for the lens? No. Actually, since you mentioned that, though, only been 6 months. Yeah. I can't be bothered to do that. Alright, how's that? I'm kind of curious. If I stop Streamlabs and keep it going and then shut it down and restart it, if the chat box will show up, because I can keep interacting with you guys right now, but so I either have to stop what I'm saying to read what you guys are saying and then interact right away before it disappears and I forget, or and then sometimes I won't be able to see it all. Yeah, that's why I like having the Streamlabs chat box, because then I can, it stretches more further across the screen, and it'll stay up as long as I need it. And it's, as you guys know, it's, when I do live stream, I do tend to glance over here periodically when traffic and road conditions allow me to do so safely. Traffic always comes first. Moving the truck safely always comes first, but I can look at this like a gauge, so if any of you guys who don't know any different, or might have, you're distracted driving. Well, how many times do I get someone in a truck passing by me staring inside my truck? That's distracted driving too, isn't it? And then they're probably spending several seconds looking at me. Alright, I'm looking over that way. I'm looking away from the road. At least here, I'm actually looking in a spot where I can actually see the road in front of me still, and I don't sit there and stare at this. I glance briefly, and then I can just pick up. I look at the patterns. I can pick up the like 5 or 6 word sentences just in an instant. Just glance over for just a second, and then back at the road, and it's just looking at the patterns. Yeah. Let's see what else. Why do I have? There used to be a button down here. Oh, there it is. Okay. Okay, so now I'm catching on. So the chat box, the buttons that are used normally there. Now, Misha, I don't know if you've been live in a while. I've not seen anything about people being live on YouTube, because I haven't been on YouTube a hell of a lot for anything really. But I noticed that, yeah, there's a button down. Yeah, the buttons are still down at the bottom like they always have been, but it's so it's like a greenish blue, like a teal looking color down there on each side of the stop button. And I honestly couldn't even see them. All I see is my blue steering wheel, and then see, now my hand is right there. Now I can actually see the chat button, the chat box. I see it, and I see it. Now I don't. Yeah, but and then there's another one right there, whatever that is. Looks like the microphone mute. Right there is flip. Is that flip camera? Is that the one? Yeah, alright. And then that's right at the edge of the frame. I can't read that for shit. It's been so long since I've used Streamlabs. With the black background and the teal, I can't even see the damn buttons half the time. Always says 0. Yeah, you know how Streamlabs is. They're always full of freaking bugs. Oh, here's the lumper. Is he coming to my truck or the next guy? I don't know. Because I got my lumper check ready to go. I just got to wait for him to... He's over here talking to the guy next to me. Last B1 is like a commercial button. Asks you to go. Yeah, it's... hey, at least we got the privacy setting part at least back, where I don't have to go into my YouTube app or on YouTube on my tablet to get it to go public. At least they brought it back now, where I can just tap right there where the icon is up at the top, and then change it to public, and like it used to be. So there is at least that improvement. Because I remember there was that one point in time when they upgraded it, and then all of a sudden that button went away, and now the only way I can go public is it always defaults to untitled or whatever, where you have to have the link to be able to watch it. Yeah, that's coming close. And yeah, there used to be that button at the top right that you could use to change the privacy setting from public to private or whatever. Doesn't flip the landscape either now unless the phone button is enabled. Never did that before this version. Yeah, see, when I first started using Streamlabs, though, there was a button on the top right that I used to be able to hit, and I could change it from unlisted to public on there. And then when they did an update, my idle speed started to go up, and I think it's because my elbow bumped the button here on my steering wheel for accelerating. But yeah, anyway, they did an update, and then that button that was up on the top right disappeared, and then I could no longer change the privacy setting on the video without going into either the YouTube browser and finding the video and editing it on there, or going onto my YouTube app here on my phone and changing it there. Alright, Ryan, Have a good one. We'll see you later. I'm going to be picking up tomorrow. I don't pick up until tomorrow at TNA, Tanamura and whatever. I just call it Tits and Ass in Yuma. And that one is going to Clarksville, Arkansas. I will be trying to get my truck back in the shop again. I don't know. Yeah, and you guys know I just got my truck back from the shop, and I already got the mill light back on. So mill light's already. That guy came in after me. He's already done. All right. Oh, I'm gonna use it to go over here and take my payment now. Maybe. Starting to warm up here. I think I might take my shirt off, my hoodie off. It's 65 degrees here, so it's going to warm up even more as the day progresses. And I'll still have to stop by, I think by Pilot. Maybe top off my reefer tank. I don't need fuel, but I'll top off my reefer tank. And then I'll stop at Daddy's right behind Pilot to get my trailer washed out. And I'll start deadheading after that. I'm sure he's going to probably pop up here in a minute. Alright, let's see if there's anything else I missed here. Physics will take over, just bump them out of the way when something happens. Yeah. Where's your sense of adventure? You don't need to watch traffic. Yeah. Just run into stuff with my 80,000 pound missile. Morning, Terry. Yeah, you're one of the ones I didn't see on earlier. Let's see. Told DM I wasn't a fan of the place. They were friendly though. Done with that guy first. Alright, El Jefe, how you doing? I didn't realize you were on also. Adam, Adele, how you doing? Welcome. I think this is the first time I've seen your name on here. Welcome. You're dealing with everybody. Everybody else on here are pretty much regulars. So, welcome to the gang. Let's see what else. That looks like about it there. All right. What else? It's gone quiet. It's been green for a bit, so it should be. I'm your regular mind and body. Yeah, kind of same here. My mood changes. Yeah, I kind of butchered the whole process with this morning. Between going from the Loves over to Basha's. First, I had my interior camera. I didn't have it running at first, and then I finally decided on the way over there to plug it in and start it up. And then when I get to Basha's, I spent all this time talking after I got through checking in, and only to find out that I didn't even have an SD card in it. I was like, that was kind of a dumb mistake. So, and then when I left there, I had that one plugged in, the interior one plugged in, but the exterior was not recording because I had switched the SD cards out, and I forgot to hit the record button when I put the new SD card in. So now I have extra SD cards. I can save a lot more data. I got like 2 more sitting here that I haven't even touched yet. I have one sitting here that I already got some data off of from the main camera, and then both of my cameras have SD cards in them now, and I have another one sitting inside my tablet right now. I think, yeah, because it has some of the data that I'm working with for the video that's going from Holbrook down to Chandler. It's over 3. I think it's gonna be over 3-hour long video, and I'm just kind of piecing together the interior camera footage for that one as I go. It's kind of a process. I can do it fairly efficiently now, but sometimes it still takes some time. It's still a bit tedious. I haven't always click on every little video file and then change the settings on it, like the size and position of every part. Make sure the audio's synced up, which, I mean, if the audio's synced up, the video is too. And then the main camera always has these little artifacts right at the edge, right at the ends where one video file ends and the next one starts. Basically, it repeats about just under 1 second of footage, and I have to cut out all of that stuff first before I even start adding in the interior footage. So there's a process, but hopefully, I mean, it seems, I know some people like some of the results when I do that. With some of the different camera views. Sometimes I get people like, how do you get the different? How does the camera know which way, which view? Like that's just me editing which one is the one that shows up on the video footage. Like I have like 3 different tracks. I have the front exterior, the rear exterior, and then the interior, all lined up with each other on different tracks. And then I can kind of move them around now, especially with the newer version of the program I use, which is Filmora. The older version I used to use, I couldn't so easily, make one. Like, say if I wanted to switch my, because a lot of times I use the picture-in-picture view, or PIP. All right. And normally the background view is my front exterior view, and then I'll usually PIP both the exterior rear and the interior over the top of the, up on the top corners of the front exterior view. But there are times like when I'm doing backings or something else where maybe I want the rear camera or the interior camera to be the one up front, and particularly with the backings. I like to have the rear camera up front. The rear camera is the background one, and then I'll overlay that. Basically use the front view as a PIP, and then I still have the interior cameras. That one's easy to work with, no matter what version. But it used to be a lot more tedious work with the older version of Filmora, getting those when I need to switch them back and forth like that. But now with the new version of Filmora that I'm using, it's so much easier. And then on top of that, I can just I can use keyboard shortcuts and very quickly change the attributes of whichever track or whatever file it is. So I can change like whatever what percent size I have it at. I usually have the PIP views at about 35% of normal, and then I can tell it exactly what X and Y coordinate to put it at, and then it just instantly goes right there. Used to be I'd have to always click and drag them, which I hate doing. That is tedious. So it is way easier to do now, but even then it still takes some time. The editing process part doesn't take anywhere near as long as it used to, but like I said, it's still tedious, especially when it's an over 3-hour long video. And then it takes even more time once I'm done editing for the output video to compile. And that takes a lot lot of juice out of my tablet too. So it's, it's kind of a little insight into the fun that goes with editing videos. Where the guy went. He said that he would come back and take my payment, and I don't know. I guess the bills aren't ready for me yet or something, but the guy who was next to me already, he docked in after I got in here, and then he's already gone, and someone else is already in his place. So, and I only came here with about like 4 or 5 pallets. That's it. I don't get it. Yeah, I don't need to complain though. What else am I gonna do today? Drive what's that? About 140 miles or so to Yuma. That's about about 2.5 hour drive. What else am I gonna do? Go get my trailer washed out and get reefer fuel. That's at a place not far from here. And then what? Sit around all day and wait for tomorrow for my pickup? Yeah. Not worth complaining about some of the stuff that some people complain about. Alright. You guys are gone quiet now. I don't want to go too overboard with the chit-chatting about updating what went on over the last few weeks. Yeah. Maybe some shorter stuff, because I got that longer video that I'll be posting hopefully later today that'll give a pretty good update on everything going on. Looks like we got the JCT drivers on his way over here. I talked to him briefly earlier. He's got a 12 a.m. appointment. It's 10:20 right now, local time. Don't know how long he's been with us, but he's in a newer truck, and he's already the second guy in it, so I don't think he's been with us that long. Like, you never know, he could have upgraded from an older truck. This because they already unloaded me.
Yeah.
I'm just waiting for him to come over and take my lumper fee and give me my bills. The guy who came in next to me, there was someone else that he backed in after I'd already docked in. He's already gone, and now there's someone else already in this spot.
You have Tolleson mode? Tacos, I think what it says.
Tacos. Where'd that come out of, boy?
No, it come out of Hutchinson.
Hutchinson.
Kansas.
I didn't know we did pickups over there.
I didn't know it was old down there.
I didn't either.
I picked up one in Enid. The Tyson over there.
Yeah, that Advanced Pierre.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been there a few times.
Yeah, but this is Hutchinson. I didn't know it was old down there.
That's a new one. Where'd you deadhead from? Like Emporia or somewhere? Or...
I don't know. Wherever I got it from, I don't know where it is.
Oh, so yeah. Oh, that's right. Because you swapped in Amarillo, you said.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm gonna go check in. I probably won't back in after you're out here.
Yeah, you never know. Because I had an 8 a.m. and it was after 8 o'clock by the time they called me. So.
I'm not in no big hurry.
Yeah, same here. Do you have a pre-plan yet?
Yeah, for tomorrow.
Yuma?
Yeah.
Same here.
I gotta go down Taylor Farms. Going to Dallas.
Oh, okay. I'm going to TNA.
Where?
TNA.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's going to Clarksville. I gotta get back up to the yard because my mill light's back on. And I literally just got the truck back from the dealer right before this load.
have to say for the truck I did have, I didn't have no electronic problems on it. I just had diff problems. Mostly I had diff problems, but they changed the filters down there in El Paso. I didn't have no problem with that after that. I had a few of the filters plugged on it. But everything else fell apart on the damn thing. I had to have new springs put on it and everything.
Yeah. So I've been buying a new truck one part at a time for a bit. I got all new shock struts, all new airbags,
Get all new back, yeah.
a new air compressor, new power steering pump.
Wow. At least I didn't have none of that problem.
Yeah, or actually power steering pump twice. Power steering pump first went out.
Oh,
On it.
I had my oil papers replaced 3 times. They replaced the brake liner there in Tolleson. I had it serviced. They said it was leaking. I said, okay, so they put another oil pan on it. Well, I got some work done on it at the shop. They said, well, it was missing a bolt, so we put another bolt in it. I said, okay. I got here to California, looked under, had a bottle of oil. So I traded up Freightliner up there 7 days for an oil pan. They was arguing over who was going to pay for it. Well, they ended up paying for it. And then about 6 months before I traded it in, they had put another oil pan on.
Oh, so it's not that one, but
No,
it's
I've only had that one about 3 months now.
yeah, I was gonna say that's a 2021, and you're already the second guy in it.
Yeah,
so.
actually, it was a brand new truck. It had 8,000 miles on it. They was a team on it, and they got in a fight. He got kicked out. Or no, she got out of the truck and left. Left him with the truck. So he took it back to the yard and quit.
It almost sounds like Brian Palmer.
And I told him in the shop about it. She looked it up. She said, yeah, that was pretty exciting. A little argument, I guess, ain't that. I guess she threw his phone out the window and everything.
Oh man. Yeah,
I thought, holy shit.
how long have you been with JCT?
5 years.
Okay, yeah, because you know Brian Palmer, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, because I you know how he used to have that burgundy Peterbilt, and then I know he upgraded it. I don't remember what truck he ended up in, but it was either a 2020 KW or something. I remember seeing him over at Sam's Club in Walmart one day.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and I'm like, what the hell are you doing in this truck? And he's like, oh, yeah, my wife wanted to drive with me, so I ended up, and she can't drive manual, so I ended up selling my other truck and getting this one so she could drive with me. And then didn't even take that long right here before I guess some shit hit the fan, but or whatever, where she's not even driving with him anymore, and now he's stuck driving by himself with an auto shed.
Wow.
Alright. Alright. I don't know if I'm supposed to bring this, bring the UFS check up there or then, or because like, why is the guy not coming over to take my check yet? I don't understand.
Well, go then.
Alright. Yeah, I remember, because I remember when I was docking in, he specifically told me he'll bring me the bills and take the lumber fee from me when he's ready for it. Alright. Hope the rest of your day goes smoothly. I'm just about at my receiver doing a drop and hook and heading back to Cleveland. Cleveland rocks! Cleveland, I think, are they still in the playoffs? I forget. I want to sponsored Sammy Swindle Midget Car Racing in the Chili Bowl. Yeah, and actually, one of my friends, his name's Daryl, he's been driving for us for 7 or 8 years, whatever it is. Yeah, he was actually involved in that. He went with the upper management to go help to go represent us over there. They never come to you. They're scumbags. O'Fallon, DC. They expect you to just grab a door and just come and tell them, and they tell you the charge. Yeah, I think they've done things differently now at O'Fallon. Yeah, you're talking about an Aldi? Cleveland's out, okay. Yeah, because when I delivered at Aldi in O'Fallon just a couple weeks ago, the guard check gave me a specific dock door assignment, and ironically had to be the very last dock door on the building. So I had to do kind of an offset, or kind of a modified 90, I guess you would call it. Anybody who got their CDL in California, or anybody who has experience, more than just a few years, knows what a 90-degree alley dock looks like. And because in California, to get your CDL, you actually have to you actually get taught the 90-degree alley dock. They don't really, I don't know of any other states that require it except California. And even in California, only half the people test on it. But for 90, for anybody watching who's not familiar, I know Mish is familiar. I don't know about some other people watching. I don't even know how many are watching right at the moment. So if I'm coming into let's just say, if I'm coming into a spot like that, I come over like this. Basically, I just come straight across, and they teach in CDL school, be about 10 feet away from the spot, or 10 feet out from the whatever's next to you, or what obstacle you're trying to stay away from, and then stop when the back of your trailer is about 10 feet over from the start of your spot. Basically, and then they have these two pylons that you're supposed to go around, go in between when you're doing this. And so the pylon that's closest to you is basically, you want to be 10 feet out from it, and then you start your 90, which basically start right away in a hard right turn. And then when your tractor gets about 45 degrees off from your trailer, somewhere in that ballpark, start following the trailer back, controlling it with different amounts of left input, left steering, or take out left steering, and it should just slide right in. Okay, so at the Aldi DC, I had the very, very last door on the building before you goes around to this other alleyway thing that goes around the other side of the building. And there's not enough room for me to set up a typical 90 setup there. So what I ended up doing was kind of did a modified 45, 90, whatever you want to call it, kind of setup, where I kind of came out kind of like a 45, but then I started wrapping my tractor around through the alleyway, so now my tractor's facing about a 180 degree angle off from my spot, from my door. And then I have to, while I'm doing that, I'm also watching my tandems to make sure they get far enough over now where they have any chance in hell of getting into the spot. Because if I stop too early, then my tandems will be basically halfway in front of my spot, and the next thing you know, they'll roll into the guy next to me. So it was kind of an interesting setup there. Just if you know what little details you need to be watching regularly, it shouldn't be difficult. But and actually I did get in there easily, but it's these little details that can make the difference for experienced versus inexperienced, or even if you're experienced, if you have just bad habits, that can make the difference between you having a bitch of a time getting into the door versus having a very easy time. It's just simple physics. Everybody can do it. It's just a matter of what information you know or what strategy you work with, and that's it. And there's nothing like for me. Everybody knows I'm good with backings, but there's nothing I do with backings that nobody else can do. Everybody can do it. There's nothing I know about backing that can't be taught to somebody else. Free for alls, 12:30 a.m. And I do think I remember that too. That's why the first time I ever went to that in Albany, DC, I kind of dreaded going back a little bit because I thought I remember it being a little bit of a free for all, and then I think they gave you like a range of doors to dock in at, depending on what kind of product you had, and then you would have to go inside the building. Or you'd have to park wherever, and it was always just a cluster because like maybe you already have a door that you're ready to dock in at, but you can't get in because there are people just parking and checking in your way, or other people trying to back in before you or something. It was just a pain in the butt. So, but last time I went there, it was so much easier. Just like I said, the guard check gave me the door assignment right away. All I had to do is go straight into the door and then just camp out and wait. I didn't even have to go inside the building because of COVID-19. They ended up the unloader came over to my truck and got my bills and told me to lump her fee. Alright, Saints out. I was watching that game last night between the Saints and the Buccaneers. That was a good game. It was kind of unfortunate seeing Drew Brees getting picked off that much, and it looked like some of that was miscommunications between him and his receivers of some sort, like maybe a receiver running the wrong route. With that, Drew expecting the receiver to run one kind of route, and the receiver actually did something else. Stuff like that. But then you got to give the Buccaneers credit too. They played good defense regardless. Just good overall game. Next week, Ravens and Bills, and then Bucks and Packers. Now, wasn't the Packers and Rams game also a close one as well until later? Because I know the Packers won by like 14 points, but if I remember right, it was a close game getting late in the game. I didn't watch it. I think I was busy driving or sleeping, or I don't know. Maybe not either, but just didn't happen to watch, I guess. Am I fucking dreaming? No, you aren't. This is really, it really is a nightmare to you. It's a living nightmare. I really am streaming again. What are you doing, Cody? You still are you driving right now? You're on your way to Pennsylvania still? I think you had shut down at Bosselman over there in Grand Island. Cody, don't act so surprised. I'll bitch slap you. Alright, so you started driving today from Bosselman, I think, right? And then let's see, so you got a 140-mile trip to Iowa, 290 or 300-ish to Illinois, so that's 430. Another 160 across Illinois, it's 590. So you'll get somewhere into Indiana by the end of your shift. You're in Ohio. Okay, so you must run another shift. Or you're either bullshitting with me about where you're at, or you did not start your shift at Bosselman. You started it somewhere else. So I remember you stopping at Bosselman. That was the last thing I remember. You must have started your shift in, I would imagine, Indiana. So in that case, you should be reaching your receiver in Pennsylvania today, because that's probably only about a 500 said that place was? You're missing me, D, and yes, yeah. Yeah, see, time flies when you're having fun. I have the most fun when I'm not talking to you. I've not seen the guy here in a bit. I don't understand why he didn't walk up and take my payment earlier. And this other guy that was beside me already left. I swore he said, yeah, I know why that he said he was going to bring the bills to me though. So I don't get it. Well, I guess that's one way to do it. Yeah, the other JCT driver's name's David. Yeah, he ended up turning the other way so he could back in over here. So, yeah, just straight up side backing into the door. I ended up doing a U-turn style backing. So I approached the blind side and then did a U-turn and then came right into the spot from there. I might, oh no, he's coming up again. He's going to someone else's trap. I might go up to him and ask him, but what's the story? You still want me to pay you? Or something? shortage though. But I got my airlines and I gotta pull my wheel chock. Send my actually make a phone call. Place overall. Seemed like a bit of a delay getting the bills and bumper fee stuff taken care of, but I've seen a lot of places like that. You call our OS&D people, and because I can't really send my departure, call and leave until that's done. I'm gonna pull away from the dock door at least. I'm gonna double check there's nothing in the trailer. They won't read, so yeah. Buddy John Hawk 6 messaged me or mentioned me. He's here in town too. I think I already have that on. Alright, that is called not Cody. Screw Cody. I hate that asshole. I'm just kidding. What is it, 4101 or OSND? Yeah, 4101 or 6667. Come on. Let's move my screen back. Alright. Oh, let's see. I scrolled all the way back up. How you doing, Sylvia? What are these numbers? 39, 40. Okay. Well, look, what's this F whatever number? I see the last four which I correspond with. Okay. Alright, that one went to voicemail. So let me try the other number. They might be busy too. I can get out of the dock door at least. I'll go pull in one of the spots here. I don't know if. Hey Brittany, how you doing? This is Scott on L3365E. Got a OS&D to report. Okay, I got one overage and one short. Yes. No, they kept it. Yeah, that makes it a lot easier. Overage, the last four are 3941. Let's see, one got full number is one, looks like 5 zeros, 49 or 43941. Shortage, the product code is 150-38589. One 403-329. All right, thanks a lot. All right, bye. Alright, so we're good to go. I just gotta stop real quick and send my empty call, and then she's gonna send me my OS&D number that I put on the bills, and we'll get out of here. I don't have to put the OS&D on right now. As long as it gets done before I scan in the trip sheet when it's time to get paid. So, put these up on there. Okay, send our empty call so I can get dispatched onto the Yuma load. And I got, I'll say 4 on the fuel. Alright, good to go. Okay. Why does this thing keep scrolling back up to the top? Interesting. Alright, now let's switch that back over. And we're going to head over to the pilot, get some reefer fuel and a drink. And I'm going to hold off on getting food because the shipper that I'm going to actually has a Mexican kitchen there, and it's good food too. Really good, authentic Mexican food. Yeah, I'll get a drink. And I'll head over to Danny's, which is right behind the pilot, and get my trailer washed out. And we'll get rolling toward Yuma right after that. Any of it though. Clear over there. turn over there, but I think Van Buren Boulevard down there, I want to say that area is truck restricted. At least that part of Van Buren. There's residential over there. So what I may do instead, I'm either going to have to make a series of left turns or a series of right turns. I don't think 84th will go down. No, it doesn't. I don't think. Nope, it doesn't go all the way down. So, as much as I don't like dealing with Buckeye Avenue, because all the construction that's going on over there, I may go ahead and do that. Just take Buckeye across over to 99th and then take 99th back up to where Pilot is. Otherwise, I can turn left here. This is 83rd. And 83rd will take me right up past the Love's truck stop, and I can get on to I-10 West right there. And, shit. I'm gonna need these guys. There's not enough shoulder space there. These guys are turning, and I need their lane. Trucking's drop yard here. International paper. Alright, this light here I think is the one that goes over to Costco Distribution Center. And the one right after that will be Buckeye. Stop here where I'll be turning. Sylvia, I don't know if you're still on there. What else? What's all going on with you? I see you're pregnant again. I don't look at my news feed too much when I'm on Facebook. Usually when I'm on there, it's just, man, this is weird seeing this intersection like this. And Lucy, yeah. I'm alive. He's alive. Man, at least some of this construction's done with. This is a hugely nice change now. And the Thermal King lot is coming right up. I think right where that utility truck just came out of. That's also where our drop yard is. And the JBS plant is right on the other side of it. Yeah, this driveway right here is Thermal King, which is where our drop yard is. Man, actually, it's been so long since I've been on this street and not seen construction work. This was always just one lane, too, in each direction. So, man, this is a huge improvement. wide lane. I'm not sure these are 12-foot wide lanes. It might be a little bit narrower than that. So a little bit more concerned about my mirror getting too close to Swift's mirror. If I do get up there. Phew. That stinks. Smells like a sewer. That's a massive improvement over what I'm used to at this street. Man. So what took him so long? Alright, here's 99th. Take this right up over to Pilot. And I say, just get some reefer fuel and a drink and rolling. Testing, turn right. I don't want a COVID test. I just want that damn virus to go away forever. Alright, 99th and Von Buren here. Got Booger King over here on the left. Quick time or QT. Coming right up here on the left side. Looks like the dump truck's gonna go in there from the south end. I'm gonna turn right here to get into the fuel island. Come on, Connie. This Conestoga driver looks confused. Oh, what do I do? Western Express is blocking my way. Well, maybe if you'd taken a much wider turn, you would have been able to maneuver around him. But since you're a knucklehead, you don't know how to do that. Yeah, Western Express is pulling forward now, so I should be able to make my turn soon. He's going to run over the curb now. Yep, there he goes. I told you, if you would have taken a wider turn, you would have been able to make that without even waiting. Now the dump truck is there trying to get in on the other side. He's having a Mexican standoff with the Conestoga driver. goddamn light red anytime, so I actually have some chance in hell of getting over. Finally. How about behind WFX? I don't see him in his truck, but alright, but I don't see any fuel hoses either being used. But at least get out of the way. I thought Amish people can't drive. They aren't supposed to. There we are. Alright. What, do you see an Amish person or somebody looking like an Amish person driving? If that's the case, what you're probably seeing is a Mennonite, not an Amish person. Mennonites are basically just like Amish, but they're kind of like a gap filler between an Amish person and I guess I would call it a normal, one of you and me kind of person. I don't know what I'd call me or you normal though. Well, they fill the gap between everyday society and the Amish. They look like Amish people, and they have a lot of the same practices as Amish people, but then they actually do have some technology, whatever. I think like vehicle, they actually drive cars and stuff, if I remember right. I don't know. Maybe someone more well versed with the Mennonites can tell more all of the distinctions between a Mennonite and an Amish person. I don't know, Mom. What's up, Matt? How you doing? I saw an army of them get out of a van. I've seen them ride in vehicles. How easy is this place or difficult? Daniel Finney is messaging me. What state has the most Amish? I would definitely say about where Cody's at. Pennsylvania, Ohio, and Indiana, definitely the strongest. Just got unloaded in Moses Lake, Washington. Bumblefuck. Damn. What the hell's in Moses Lake besides freaking Fairchild Air Force Base? Alright, let me get with Daniel Finney real quick. I'm trying to remember. I was talking to him about a place. Just brain farting on where now. Come on. There we go. Oh, I need to set up my fuel. What it is. All right, so refresh my memory. You were going to. Oh, that's right, at Albertsons. Did you say fly lice? Yeah. Let's see, 1, 2, 3. Uh, um, did you say Bell Gardens? Yeah, let me see if this lane next to me is open. Nope, it's closed. Yeah, that's a fun one. What's that? Uh, no, you can have a good time with that. No, it's I mean it's a tight right turn onto the street that their driveway's on, and then that's another fun right turn to get into their driveway, and then you may have to blindside. It depends on if anyone else is in the lot when you get there. If nobody's in, what, that long? How do you survive in life that long without blindsiding one time? Time for you to get some practice. No, actually, you might not have to blindside. It just depends on if anybody's there already when you get there or not. Like when I went, I was just talking to Ryan Abbey about this on my because I'm live streaming right now. Maybe it's Loveland. I don't remember. Let me double check it. I gotta wait for my dispatch information to come across so I can actually so I can get my reefer fuel once W Western Flyers done. Let me pull it up on the map. Uh, yeah, I think who was it in the group? I think it was Ryan Abbey, I think, or somebody who had asked about it. And yeah, actually, and he was just on my live stream briefly. I was just talking to him about that. Let's see, what is that? Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is Loveland Street. Yeah, so you're gonna come off Garfield and then probably I assume you're gonna come from the north. Okay, so I think what I ended up well actually is you're gonna be coming from well, are you gonna get a trailer washout or are you gonna do one of your bullshit washouts? I mean, it's kind of serious, kind of bullshit question. I mean, oh, all right, so you're gonna go across 10 to 605 then. All right. Yeah, so I take like when I went that way, I took Slauson over to Gage, and then went south on Garfield. Huh? Are, are you one of those knuckleheads you don't know ordinal directions? You know what an ordinal is? Okay, like north, south, east, west, and then when it comes to numbers, there are ordinal numbers too, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, so on until 100, and then what? Yeah. All right. So I think I want to say they open up at like 8 a.m. or something like that. You can show up there early, and yeah, hopefully there will be nobody in there. Then you can do kind of a U-turn setup, because you'll have yeah, as long as nobody's in the dock doors or anything, you'll have plenty of space to do a either a blind side straight back into a door or at least a U-turn into a door sight side setup. Um, Otherwise, you're gonna have to blindside into the door. But Wes, why? Uh, you know what happened? You know how you get good skill at that is you actually practice it in situations like that where you have to do them. So what I do, honestly, it's you have to get a feel. What I typically do is just use my right flat mirror and rotate it outward as I'm going as much as I can. It's just remember if you know how to set up a sight side, just set up blind side the exact same way, but it's the opposite direction. And then if you know that setup, oh, what's this guy doing? I was gonna say what WFX was starting to roll back into me. Like, whoa, dude, what are you doing? Uh, I better get some def. I better get some def while I'm here. I don't need tractor fuel, but I do need def. All right, petty officer third class. Isn't that like what is that like? I suck with Navy. I suck with Navy ranks though. I don't know what that. What E what? The Man, Navy is so freaking weird that even their officer ranks have to be different from everybody else. Okay, nice. Oh yeah, and then that was the other thing with Navy people. You get what do you mean incorrect? Screw you. Don't tell me that was this freaking damn pump is telling me my code is not valid. Bullshit. I know I put the right one in. It's Mitch. Yeah, it's the same code I put in. Let's check it again. Yeah. And then sometimes it happens, and now it's working. Now, and then sometimes it happens to me specifically because I'm live streaming at the same time, and I'll switch back between the Pilot app and Streamlabs. Oh, somebody's calling me. I don't know who it is though, because my phone's inside the truck, and I'm not. Yeah. When I usually don't make phone calls that I'm driving down the road and stuff either. I mean, like, well, on surface streets or getting ready to go into a parking lot or whatever. Yeah, yeah. I usually only do phone calls if I'm on the interstate. That's it. Uh, oh, yeah. Well, probably I'll tell him. Oh, if yeah, it's probably him calling then because he probably wants to patch in, doesn't know that I'm actually outside the truck and can't patch him in because he's watching my live stream right now. That's how I know. Yeah, yeah, Cody. I got to him first, bitch. but going back to that whole thing, like with Navy ranks, I both their enlisted and officer ranks are like so weird. I mean, it should at least you guys have the same officer ranks as us. Actually, you guys and the Marines have the same ranks as us on officer side. And I was like, what's an ensign? Oh yeah, and then to watch when you get a Navy, get a squid on an Air Force base. Yeah, you'll get a lot of enlisted squids when they're wearing their browns. You'll get a bunch of Air Force people saluting them because they can't figure out if they're officer enlisted. Yeah, exactly. Well, part of that too is in the Air Force, the only people who have any kind of rank or insignia on their epaulets or shoulders are commissioned officers. Yeah, enlisted people don't have anything up there. Yeah, so when we see Navy people and they have shit on both of their collars, on their shoulders, whatever, so must be an officer, even though their officer insignia is exactly the same as ours. Yeah, that's true. That's exactly what we were always told. Yeah. Honestly, I never did like that setup there because it's an archaic system. Yeah, it's an well, yeah, between officer and enlisted having a salute. It's an archaic system that's based on the stupid old mentality that officers were always like upper class, well educated people and were smart and all this and that. Enlisted people are always dumber people, blue collar types who were probably forced to be there or go to jail. What's that? Yeah, and when you say knights, that's monarchy, right? Okay, well, monarchy to me is a very stupid and archaic form of government. And I hope Lisa and Tom are listening. So, yeah, Lisa and Tom are both from the UK. So, I'm gonna, yeah, I'm gonna run in real quick and go get me a drink, and then I gotta go next door to Danny's and get a washout. So, all right, bye. All right, guys, I'm done getting fuel. I'm gonna just run in real quick and get me that fresh drink. Come on, ew, not the pilot app. Come on, don't freaking switch the app on me while I'm trying to tap on it. store and get a trailer washed out. Is the chat. All right. I guess I'll catch up when I get over there to Danny's. Look at your phone when you're not in the middle of the freaking lane. Freaking idiot. I hate when people do that. Look at your phone and walk slowly or whatever when you're not in a position to get ran over by somebody or be in somebody's way. Have some respect, or don't be surprised when people start being disrespectful back to you. Shit. This street guy is trying to park over on the end. At the same time, I saw this flatbedder coming around, and I wasn't, at the time, I didn't know which direction the flatbedder was going to go. Back from here, get over to Danny's, and now I've got this clown here in the way. Washout lane. As soon as we get through here, we just get back on the I-10 and right over 99th, and then head over west to Highway 85. Take that down to Gila Bend and get on I-8 westbound from Gila Bend. Off duty. My trip number again, 7903. I don't have a pickup time yet. I think it's same day appointments. Come on. Yeah, I think it's same day appointments over there at that shipper. So I won't know until tomorrow, most likely. Well, I don't know. I might find out. No, I don't think it's the same day. I usually get an appointment time before then. Usually it's like 10 a.m. or something. Alright, this guy's about done here. Let's see how far, anything I miss. Alright, correction. Ottawa, Washington, still bumblefuck though. Yeah, that's true. How's the new job, Cody? It's good. How have you been, James? Matawa. Well, I don't even know if I'm pronouncing that right. Where's El Jefe? Yeah. Oh, actually, El Jefe, you still on here? Am I even pronouncing that right? Matawa. You're the resident Washington expert. I don't know how to pronounce some of that shit up there. But actually, I pronounce Umatilla. I pronounce it Umatia, because that's how a Spanish speaker would pronounce it, based on the way it's spelled. Alright, this guy is done. Let's wait for him to... 7903 yet. Alright. I'll be right back. Okay. Well, we have an account here, though. Still on the road. Waiting on the truck to finish booting up. Tell Danny, he said, Uncle Danny. Alright. Let's get rolling. I'll finish catching up on the interstate. Looks like James Kelly, how you doing? Looks like you're online now. Yeah, I've been meaning to call you. I forget though sometimes, and let's see if you started your new job yet. Trying to remember who you went to. I know it wasn't May Trucking, I think it was somewhere else. So we're clear over here on both sides. These guys are all parked right in the middle of the through lane. Tells you how full this parking lot must have been last night. But shit, well, what I do is if I really have to park like that, I'll just hang out and wait in the parking lot or something as much as I can, and until somebody leaves, and then I'll move into their spot. If I really can't stay awake long enough, then I don't know, maybe take a couple hour nap, and then I'll open my curtains and check to see if there's an opening. Then I'll pull in and finish sleeping. Alright, looks like I'm all caught up there. Like just a little bit of hello, hey, what's up? I imagine it'd be a little bit more than maybe a couple hour or so drive from here to Yuma. Oh yeah, I'd say about 2.5, because it's going to take, what is it, a little over 20 miles to get from here to Highway 85. And I think it's like 35 or some odd miles from on Highway 85 until I get into Yuma Bend. I'm tempted to stop there and check and see if the Great Clips, I think it is, or whatever. I think there's a place to get a haircut over here on the other side of the freeway. Thought about just parking and don't get my haircut first, but I don't know if they're even open, because all the barbers and salons by where I live are pretty much all closed because of COVID. That looks kind of funny there. Night door, the left door is a night door, and the right one's just some generic one. Yeah, I haven't been really keeping up with what states or areas have what restrictions in place. I just know my area has like still max restriction. Anyway, yeah, it should be roughly, I don't know, maybe a little bit less than an hour drive from here to I-8 and Yuma Bend. And then it's about 100 more miles or so. Maybe just a little bit more than that. From Yuma Bend to Yuma. 100 miles. Took me about an hour and a half or so to cover. So all in all, yeah, I'd say about 2.5 hour trip. And when I get there, I can have some really good, authentic Mexican tacos. They put now if you don't know what authentic Mexican food is like, a lot of times they'll use red cabbage. Not all the time, but some places do. And like their tacos there, they put cabbage in them. And and all the normal authentic Mexican kind of ingredients. If they put any cheese at all in, it's going to be queso fresco, not cheddar or some other American stuff, or American staple, as I might call it. What is with that truck up there? The green Freightliner. I'm trying to figure out what's going on with him. Is he just trying to make the turn, or... Shit. I thought they were making a left turn. My bad. Go that slow, then I'm gonna go that slow. You're making me think you're gonna make a left there. So I was kind of a dumb on me. I'd already committed to starting to turn when I realized that there was a straight through arrow on their lane, painted on the ground. You're missing out. You haven't had tacos in a while. Of course, you can imagine how often I have them. Did you start driving again? If so, refresh my memory who it was with. I know you told me over the phone I don't know, a couple weeks back, but I forget who it was. Stopping in make it all the time, and yeah, friends would come over and they'd freaking tear it up. They'd have like seconds and thirds and want to take some home too. Exit 127, Bullard Avenue. Enough other traffic in the area. I'm just gonna kind of kicking back here. This guy's pretty close to the speed I want to run at anyway. Week in February, give or take. All right. Now I want to say it's 112th that is where Highway 85 is. Stupid white Freightliner. Oh, you're getting on 303, I guess. It's like, don't try to pass me on the right when you could have passed on the left. Especially when trucks are allowed in all of the lanes here. Generic trailer with a night door, or is it a night trailer with a generic door? You can never see the sign. I think he's a generic trailer with a night door. No, it's night. Okay. December, so I'd imagine medication review. Okay, that's right. I remember you saying they had you on some medicine that prevented you from being able to drive. Yuma and have some good tacos. Buckeye, next 7 exits. On illegal push, call Dave and Mike. looking straight ahead by the horizon, I see like a bunch of dust or something else, almost like it's raining, but those don't look like rain clouds, and there aren't very many of them. 6 miles to Highway 85. That's at 117 Watson Road coming up. Well, the Loves and Buckeye coming up as well in about 4 more miles. Man, is it windy down here or something? Because I see a lot of, looks like a lot of dust or something, which makes me worry that it might be wind. I'm going to have to double check what's going on with the wind situation, especially knowing that I'm pulling an empty trailer, not a loaded one. Up ahead. Doesn't look like it's too strong for me to want to go into it, but I'm going to be cutting down anyway. But it's not quite as bad down on I-8. But I am going to have some winds in the teens, it looks like. The low to mid-teens, I would say. While I'm on the way down between Buckeye and Gila Bend. Exit 114, Nova Road coming up here. That's where the Loves is at. What you want? My nuts are actually not numb. I'm not. I haven't been sitting in the chair long enough to make them go numb. Ah, where's it look like I'm going? If I'm coming from Phoenix, going west on 10, and then now south on 85 toward Gila Bend, where would I be going? Why would why would I be coming down this way from Phoenix? No, neither. You have a stump? What? It's kind of a little personal there, man. I don't need to know that. No, close to California. Correct. I am empty. So come on, reefer driver. You should know better. What's down here that reefer drivers do that's down in this direction? No. You jackass. 310 to what? You don't know that movie 310 to Yuma. Jeez. What are you new? You pull a reefer trailer. You should know about Yuma. Even if you yeah, even if you've never picked up in Yuma before, you should have at least heard of it. Oh boy, now I'm getting a call from Andy Higgins. Why? Chicken shit. We're at New York. Oh, upstate New York is a lot different than New York City. Yeah. Don't be afraid of New York, little bitch. Oh, you got one of those rare opportunities. Take it. And you don't remember what city it was? I would find out because it could be in some area that you might think is New York City, but it's not. And even if it is New York City, so what? Experience life a little bit. Try it out. I'm like, how the hell would I know? I've only been there twice in a truck. First time was a shitty experience. Last time actually was like, yeah, I own this place. I didn't give a shit. I was just like, all right, yeah, just deal with the traffic and have a fun time doing it. Well, you got to go there with that, even if you've never been there before. It's like, no, I mean, Okay, yeah, I knew a little bit more what to expect because I was there previously, but I didn't even take the same route over to there that I took last time, and not to mention my co-driver was the one who was driving the first time we went there. And I think I woke up while we were going across the George Washington Bridge for the first time I went there. Did you? Oh my. I get your point there, but back to what I told you before when you went to Super T. I'm concerned about you jumping from one place to another too frequently because that's not a good reputation to establish. There are going to be companies that you might be interested in going to that are going to say, fuck you, why would I hire you when you're only going to stay here for about 6 months and leave anyway? Yeah. Oh, well, yeah, it might be fun, but then the question is the grass greener, green enough to make you want to stay there very long? I mean, life is, I don't remember which one. They're sitting for more than like a minute, then they're like crop or something. Then it's like, hey, what the hell's going on here? Huh. Yeah, well, these are people though. Even yeah, even people rob armored car people, even when the armored car people have a pistol right there on the side. I say, yeah, yeah, you got a, I got a gun. Well, I got a siren. When did they start doing three? That's interesting. Yeah, my friend I remember saying there was always two. It was the guy in the back and then the driver, and then I guess the two never have access to each other. Uh, uh, yeah, maybe. Your call. Gaining weight, okay, that's fix them. Oh, but stop eating so damn much. So you get hungry is because you're bored. So come up with activities to do while you're driving that will keep your mind occupied, and you probably do. Liar. Okay. I've heard of drivers doing that. I've thankfully not seen it, but I've heard of it. And now we know why sometimes when you pass another truck, they have the curtains covering up half the window. I guess Swift handles this prison right here. I'm passing by the prison over here on Highway 85, and a bunch of Swift trailers over in that lot over there. Right, that's all. And that lot is also or that warehouse-looking building is also surrounded by a bunch of razor wire. Yeah, that's oh, well, yeah, because they always call them Felony Express. I mean, it's kind of true to an extent. Not everybody there has a criminal record, but yeah, they obviously have a reputation for being very friendly to people with felonies. Come on, James Kelly, I know you know that story. I mean, it's kind of a noble thing to do, I guess, because there are a lot of people who have made mistakes in their life and who don't get opportunities for a lot of jobs just because of that criminal record. No matter how much they might have changed or want redemption, there's a lot of people, employers in this world who will shun them just because they have a criminal record. Well, let's think about this. If people call them felon express or felony express, whatever, that means they have a penchant for hiring a lot of people with felony records. Like a disproportionately large number of the drivers have felonies. Obviously, not all of them do, but and if it's a disproportionate amount, then it kind of tells you that the leadership there might have kind of what do you call that term for somebody who's no somebody who likes to give not damn it, it's kind of like the like rich people like corporate CEOs. They're all philanthropy. Yeah, philanthropy is the one I'm thinking of. Where they donate their time basically and put their time and effort into some charitable cause, trying to make the world a better place. Some of them might do it for tax write-off. Some of them might do it because they honestly really want to do the world a favor. I don't. Ah, well, look at you go, Mister Bragger. everybody just tuning in. I'm southbound on Arizona Highway 85, heading toward Hita Bend from Buckeye, or between I-10 and I-8, heading toward I-8. On my way to Yuma, Arizona, which is right as along I-8, right by the California border. I'll be picking up tomorrow. I don't know what time yet, but I'll be picking up at Tamura and whatever, or for short, just call it TNA. And of course, every guy, or even woman, a lot of times when you hear TNA, it means tits and ass. Alright, you in a better spot now? Right, that's why I wasn't getting any buffering messages on my screen. Because you're an Amish country. They don't have phones, remember? I mean, it could be my side, but I didn't, because I think I gotta reset up my thing. And then also my phone is running a little bit hot right now, so I can't really see anything. I can see, I kind of more or less see who said something. I can't necessarily, like, I can see the last person that I said anything at all, at least on my end, is James. But I couldn't tell you what he said. All I see is the bold print, which is him. Yeah, and then you're gonna take what other people say about companies with a grain of salt a lot of times too, because half the time people have something bad to say about a company, they're full of shit, and they're just self-centered people or whatever who did something to cause their own demise with that company. But what the hell kind of company has it set up where DMs can actually fire the drivers from the company? So all they can do is put a request into to HR, and then they have to have good enough justification or something. Or, I mean, yeah. Whereas with a normal company, the DM is just your right hand who handles the computer shit and finding loads for you and kind of expediting kind of stuff for you. Yeah, which is weird. Yeah, well, they didn't do a very good enough job of telling you you're going to drive it into New York, did they? You should find out. Give them a call. Find out where in New York that load is and where's it going. I just passed a sign saying Yuma is 126 miles away, so at least for the next 2 hours. Okay. I can help you with that later. Okay. All right. Alright. I see Jim saying stuff, but I can't really read what it is because the phone's running a little bit hot. Shit is everywhere, I think. And the only reason I see that is because it's on the YouTube site. Old enough where I can actually read it pretty easily, but Streamlabs side I can't read what's being said. At least not right now until the phone goes off. I already finished off my shooting cats. I think I did. Sorry. Okay, so Cody flat out refused a reload offer just because it was picking up in New York somewhere. Not having any idea where in New York it actually was. All he knew was New York State. So just because of that, he instantly thought New York City didn't think, oh, no way, I don't mind that place. Yeah, I'm afraid of that place. I'm a little bitch. You guys see how I am about New York City. Yeah, let's do it. You guys saw me streaming live going into there, acting like I own the place. Even though it was only my second time driving a truck in there. Oh, you're gonna speed up now that you see me catching up to you, huh? Okay. It'd be funny if they end up telling them, yeah, I want you to, this load picks up in Rochester at some freaking farm in rural country or maybe a U.S. Salt and Watkins Glen. It's like, man, that is nothing remotely close to New York City. That is all rural. Okay, Watkins Glen, though, you have to drive up a state highway. Drive up a state highway to get up to Watkins Glen, and then you have to drive down some dead-end residential street to get to the U.S. Salt plant. Yeah, I've been there, done that. But it's really scenic. It's very green over there. Hardly shit for traffic. But yeah, it's like a night and day difference being upstate versus in New York City area. We'll slow down their car. This lane is ending soon. Don't try to get stupid and try to go sneaking by. There you go. Going up that dealing with phone call stuff, and when I'm on I-8, put some music on. How's that sound? Probably start with what's it, the replacements, or refreshments, whatever the hell that group's name is. Banditos. Come on, you guys know that song, I hope. Wasabi. Johnsontown? Johnsonstown, that sounds vaguely familiar. I don't know where it's at, but I don't think it's New York City. See, you just fucked yourself by because that was an opportunity to get back to Utah, right? Ah, well, yeah, 4,000 miles in a week in a 68-mile-an-hour truck. That's not easy to do. I mean, well, busting your ass doesn't matter if you end up not being able to run full speed, pretty much almost the entire way because of traffic or Wyoming winds or snow or something. Yeah. Well, what I'm getting at though is your 70-hour clock. It's difficult to run 4,000 miles within a single 70-hour clock. It can be done, but it's hard. Yeah, which is what was kind of wondering about. Are you going to be able to get into recaps, or is there enough time on the load that you end up getting that you can get into recaps or do a 34 before or something along that line? I don't want to take pictures of your cock. Summary, because they doesn't do shit good if I don't know what's left on your 70. And the only thing that's going to show me what's on your 70 is your summary page. Blue Ribbon Meats. I've done their loads before. I think I just tried to photobomb someone there. You know the pilot in Gila Bend. Well, actually, there's two of them here now. The one that's on the side that goes toward Yuma, the one that used to be like a shell station, or actually still is a shell station, but now it's also a pilot. Uh, Yeah, okay, it's the one that has those freaking dinosaur statue things in front of it. All right, so they got this brontosaurus statue thing there, and one guy was standing there posing next to it while the other guy had his phone up taking a picture of him. So, well, when I'm passing by, I look out my passenger window and thumb up them, looking at them and smiling. I was like, hopefully they got the picture right when I was passing by. What's this guy doing? This pallet truck just had his right turn signal on. Made me wondering what he's up to. Oh, he's not paying attention anymore, and he's got his turn signal off. So I'm gonna pass your ass. I can't figure out what you're doing though. Um, yeah, I got nothing. Because they're racist? Um, yeah, but you know what the stereotypical Volvo driver is? Yes. So that's what. Yeah, oh yeah, I should talk to Mish about those guy, that group, and him. That's what you're talking about, right? Bonehead truckers. Yeah, and I don't necessarily what the hell? Where's this guy's other tire at? Vision Express. He's completely missing his right side, right front trailer tires. Oh yeah, yeah. Well, that was on you though. So they called it unavoidable. They can, yeah. Uh, I got a better idea. Why don't we just yeah that and then let's just blame it on that stupid auto shift transmission. That's it. So the brakes locked up. Was this trailer empty or loaded? Ooh, yeah. I'm gonna fuck with you, car. Oh, he already moved over. Yeah. I had two cars getting coming up on. I just got on the I-8, and there were two cars already on I-8, and one of them was in the slow lane, passing the other one, and they were trying to go all, like fly on by while myself and another truck are trying to get on the road. It's like, oh yeah, let's accelerate hard, mess with that car. Uh, you still operated the vehicle in a manner that contributed to it hitting the other guy's trailer, even though it was ice and skidding that caused it. I wouldn't have expected that to happen either. So I can't say it would have necessarily done anything different, but that's called, oh, I just learned something new the hard way, but I just learned something. So how fast were you rolling when you hit the brakes? Okay, so it was creeping on its own, which normally is okay. But now lesson learned. I mean, I don't mind creep mode in that auto shift, except for when it starts like, uh, uh, uh. Okay. Or I just, yeah, you can't shift into fifth gear when you're backing up. Yeah, and then you have even more speed and bigger problem when you go to hit your brakes and an icy parking lot. Well, I'm not saying going was necessary. I'm just saying that it's possible that the speed that you were backing up at, combined with you hitting the brakes and on that kind of condition, you created the situation where the tires skidded off to the side. Whereas I'm saying if you were creeping a lot more slowly, I know I'm not a fan of creeping that too slowly because then it's harder for you to react to what the trailer's doing because if the trailer's going so damn slow, you don't give your eyes a chance to even to detect what's going on until it's too late. Uh, uh, I remember now Sylvia. I don't know if she's still watching. That was one of the. I remember when I was training her. That was one of the difficulties I had with her was getting her to let the truck move when she would back up. She was like so terrified of hitting somebody at all. Even when there was like nobody there, I had her in a wide open parking lot. Nobody on Earth around us at the Petro and Joplin, and I still couldn't get her to just let the damn thing run in creep mode, and then just focus on reacting to the trailer. Let it move. It's nothing to hit. Yeah, she was that terrified of hitting something. I think she's getting. I don't know. I'm sure she's better now, but early on though, she had that huge confidence issue with the backing. Why? What were your concerns? Why were you scared? Okay, so it wasn't anything related to me. It was more of intimidation of trying to get a trailer in between a couple of other trucks. Yeah, yep, that is true. Yeah, but then you remember the first time you did a back end on my truck. Remember, I think I got out and then just watched and just let you do what you were going to do so I could have some kind of clue what I was working with. Is this right? Is this right? Am I doing this right? Like, just pretend that I'm not here and I'm just gonna watch and I'll let you know when I'm done when you're done what you did well and what you didn't do well. You talking about the one where I had the drone view of you, at the one over by your place? Yeah, yeah, yeah. You're not gonna have every backing go perfectly. You're gonna have some times where you have to pull up. I have to do pull ups all the time. Yeah, it's not every damn backing's gonna be just straight on in, and anybody who says they can do, straight on in every damn time is full of shit. Yeah, yeah, I rarely ever do pull throughs. I do them sometimes, but rarely. Now I've discovered from talking to Daniel Finney earlier that I'm going to have to work with him some point in time on blindsiding. And the reason why is because you never practice it. Okay. All right. So I'm gonna give you a little, I guess, a jujitsu adage that I was taught. You can practice 1,000 moves one time, or you can practice one move 1,000 times. Which one do you think is going to make you better? Correct. You can, all right, so you can do, yeah, if you do 1,000 different moves only one time, you're not really retaining anything, and there's like so much info overflow, whatever, and then you don't have any muscle memory developed at all, to where what you did learn is of any use at all to you. But when you do the one single technique 1,000 times, and yeah, especially you in sparring sessions and all that, where yeah, you actually have to use it against the resisting partner or opponent, whatever. That's then you get like super good at it, and where it doesn't even if they know what they're doing. If you're that freaking good at that technique, that it doesn't matter how good they are at defending against anything. You might still be able to get them with it. Correct. Now, what I had told him before I had to get off the phone because I was getting about to get fuel was just remember that blind sighting is exactly the same as sight sighting. The only difference is you're on the wrong side of the truck to be able to see out the doors like you can on that, and it's the opposite direction. Whatever you do for setups on the sight side, do exactly the same on the blind side, but just turn the opposite direction. That's it. Yeah, I do that sometimes. And then you know what else I do sometimes when I'm blindsiding? Because there are times where I have to off track so far from the trailer that even when I have my flat mirror all the way out, I still can't see the corner of the trailer or what's over. I'll actually get up, I'll lift my butt out of off the chair, and I'll even lean. I may have my face all the way up right by the windshield. Yeah, I've even had times where I actually press my face, my forehead or face, whatever, up against the windshield while I'm looking over there at the flat mirror to try to see the corner of the trailer and whatever I'm trying to look at over there. It's not really. It's just you're not practiced. That's it. It's I mean, okay, you don't have the kind of view obviously that side as you do from the sight side because the sight side you're closer to the side of the vehicle and you can just stick your head out the window and look right over and oh, there's my trailer right there. I can see everything. But blindsiding, now you have the flat mirror that can help you with gauging the depth perception and gap between your trailer and anything that might be over there you're trying to work around. Then, but it'll cause you problems in that when you have the flat mirror moved outward, it'll look like the trailer's only off tracking by maybe about 30 to 45 or so degrees. And it actually rotate a lot faster than you expect it to based on because you're so used to when you look at it in a mirror, like say when you're driving forward or whatever, it rolls more and doesn't rotate as much based on what you see. But then when your flat mirror's out, man, it looks like it's in that same position, but it was blindsiding. Use I mean, not necessarily, because people now perception out of the flat mirror. You cannot get depth perception out of the convex mirrors. The only Yeah, and both okay, your hood mirror is a type of convex mirror, and so neither one of your hood mirror or the convex mirror can give you depth perception really, but what it can tell you is how far off track your trailer is. And if you know, hey, if I'm in a jackknife position or something, then it's just going to rotate. That's it. If it, or you might look in the flat mirror and it'll look like it's only at a 30, 40-degree angle, but then you look at your hood mirror and then suddenly, oh shit, I'm closer to jackknife. And then, you can use the hood mirror to confirm, what your actual tractor versus trailer off track is, or articulation, as I call it. And use your knowledge of that to figure out how much the trailer is going to roll and rotate based on that. So, yes. Yeah, they're good places to people watch too. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so then the other thing I do with that convex and hood mirror information that when I'm looking at the trailer is if I know what my tractor's aiming exactly perhaps a 45 or so degree angle, then I know that my trailer is also at about a 45-degree angle from the spot as well. Yeah. A channel that has like over 500,000 views. Hello? All right. Work with her. So you might, yeah, you might like it. And do you even have a trailer with you, or is it running when that's doing that? Yet some asshole keeps accusing you of having a loud ass truck when it's not even running. Yeah, because she probably thinks it's chicken shit as well. Yeah, you can just say I'm doing my post trip. That's part of checking my air horn for functionality is part of my post trip or pre trip. It. I mean, it's true. It actually is a pre trip requirement to check your air horn. Well, yeah, and the reason why is because you do that in a truck stop and you're going to piss people off. So, yeah, so I check mine when I'm going through tunnels. Or when some dumb or some stupid piece of shit on the on ramp decides they don't want to yield to me and even though there's like a mile of space in front of me, but let's just mosey hump to a blip to do up the off ramp, on ramp, whatever. Slow down from 70 to 50 because they're too stupid to pay attention. not against that, but then there has to be a way to regulate the content that gets out there because there's too much super trucker crap, and even more so, hear all this racist crap on there too. All these idiots calling people. Okay. Speaking of, I should be getting 27th will be the last settlement of the month, so I'm pretty certain I got over 30,000 for the quarter. Only 287 for a safety bonus. What do you get? Like half a cent per mile or some shit? 50 cents a mile for safety bonus. I was gonna say you ain't getting 50 cents a mile. That's for damn sure, not for safety bonus. Two. That's per quarter. And what's yours per month or per quarter or what? So 2 cents a mile per quarter, and you're only getting 287 for safety bonus. Okay. We have a we have a driver who's new to the company, who has over 10 years of experience and 1.5 million miles. And this individual posted on their TikTok that they high pinned, they high hooked a trailer that they were trying to hook to. Didn't do any damage, but high hooked it. I'm like, how the hell do you high hook a trailer with that much experience? It's like somebody even with 6 months of experience should never even be doing that, let alone someone with 10 years and 1.5 million miles. I was a little bit confused by that. And I guess the excuse was that they couldn't see their drive tires, so they couldn't tell how far underneath the trailer they were. Okay, so now they're in a T680 on that, but even then I'm like bullshit because I drive a Peterbilt, which is very very similar, and yeah, so my cab area is narrower than the sleeper area, just like in a T680. Yet I can see my drive tires perfectly working that I'm working on to Chandler yesterday. Okay, I talked in there about that, where they felt like where some was it, and then looked minimally at the mirrors, and yeah, and I mentioned how like use your mirrors like your head is strapped to it. It's like it moves your down, but like I can't see my drive tires when I'm sitting here lazily looking at my flat mirror right now. But I'll tell you what, I can lean forward and left a little bit, and I can see everything I need to see there with my rear drive tires. And or if it comes down to it, I can always use my mirror adjust and rotate it downward in order to see it. It's not so experience. If you don't eat the trailer, stop. Do not go any further. If you don't feel it squatting, it's time to get out. And that's not just time to get out to look, it's actually time to get out and start cranking the landing gear up so that trailer is sitting firmly on your fifth wheel before you even start to try to couple in. That's the other thing. Yeah. So this is why I've never had a high hook incident, and I most likely never will, because I do this. I'm ritualistic about it. If my drive tire goes underneath that apron, and like you're saying, I don't feel it, and I don't see about 20 psi on my load gauge, my ass is getting out of the truck and cranking the landing gear. And I want that landing gear off the ground before I even start to back into the trailer. Yeah. Um, it's not a guy though. Yeah. So now go ahead. Yeah, I remember that one. Where the mechanic there at the yard tried to accuse you of high hooking when you didn't. Hello? Hello? Yeah, exactly. It's just attention to detail and knowing what details you're looking for too. And and I'm like wondering, oh, how does somebody even with 6 months experience do something like that? Let alone somebody with that much. It happens. Yeah, yeah, exactly. I, I mean, I couldn't help but just laugh and shake my head at like and then they had the audacity to pull the oh, you guys never guys have never done broken any laws or whatever like sped or whatever blah blah done something stupid whatever like that's beside the point. Have I ever high hooked a trailer or dropped a trailer? No. But I will say I did almost drop one once, and for the same reason that my trainer taught me how that can happen and why he actually dropped one himself not that long ago, not that many months ago. No, not even that. I remember when he was training me, he told me whenever you hook up to a trailer or disconnect, it doesn't matter. I mean, if you what order you do things in. So like between the air hoses or air and pigtail, um, the lever and the landing gear. It doesn't matter what order you do them in. Just develop a ritual about what order you do them in. So like for me, I always go from front to back. I always do the hoses and pigtail first, and then I'll go pull the fifth wheel. Or if I'm, well, not actually, if I'm hooking up, I'll hook up the lines and yeah, pigtail first, and then I'll crawl underneath the trailer and then visually inspect to make sure the latch is engaged, is properly latched, and then I'll go over to the landing gear and crank the gear up. Okay, now it doesn't mean that you have to do it the same way I do it. Maybe you like to do the landing gear first. Maybe you like to do the hoses and stuff first, and then move to the landing gear, and then inspect the fifth wheel or something. Whatever works for you, that doesn't matter. But whatever that, yeah, but whatever routine you use on that, stick to it. Always do that same routine, because the minute you do it in a different order, there's a chance that you're going to skip a step and have a problem. And that's exactly what did happen to him. And that's exactly what almost happened to me as well. Oh, it doesn't really matter too much there, but don't try to start pulling away with the trailer unless you get your ass underneath that trailer and inspect first. And how many times you run into people who said they did a tug test and still dropped a trailer? Now what I do is I tug test as soon as I get through hooking up. Before I even get out of the truck, I do a tug test. But here's the depends on what's going on there. Is the landing gear off the ground or is it on the ground? Yeah, because you got all those rookies driving there. I kind of wonder about that though, because like I said before about JBS and Hiram, I remember them talking about how they hated Super T and CR England drivers because you guys, both you guys, always either have mishaps or do stupid shit in their yard, and they would tell they would tell me, oh yeah, we actually love you guys because you guys never give us any problems. You guys never have any mishaps here or anything like that. Yeah, so you're like, oh, I just love you guys so much. I wanted to go somewhere where I could come here more often. The Superman truck. All right, so yeah, now I think I've talked about this before with how I almost dropped a trailer once. It wasn't when I hooked up to a trailer. It wasn't even somebody pulling my fifth wheel on me. What happened was I was at the Flying J in Winslow, and while I was there, I got asked about swapping loads with somebody else. The other driver shows up. I go to disconnect from my trailer. Of course, my normal thing. I'll back into the trailer first so I can make sure I'll be able to pull the fifth wheel without having it bind up on me. And then I get out, and I think I pulled the fifth wheel and did the hoses, or yeah, did the hoses and fifth wheel. But then before I got to the landing gear, I think I was distracted with a phone call or talking to him or whatever. I don't remember, but I had some kind of distraction, and I did not go straight to the landing gear next. I ended up going to the back of the trailer to pull my enforcer lock off next, and then I go back to the truck, and then of course now first thing I do with my enforcer lock, I put it in my door, and with that little not. I don't know if well, I guess one of the little cup holder things, I guess I would call it, in my door. And of course, now I'm thinking I get in and then start pulling away. Well, I just start pulling away. I drop my airbags and I'm starting to pull away from the trailer. And then all of a sudden I stop and realize, oh shit, I forgot to drop my landing gear. So I ended up raising, I think I might have raised my bags back up and set my brakes and got out. And thankfully, I didn't pull out all the way from the trailer. I still have my fifth wheel firmly underneath the trailer, and that's all I had to do was just drop the landing gear and avoided mishap. But it's just that little thing, doing something out of order or forgetting to do a certain step, whatever, whether it involves out of order or not. That's all it takes to have a drop trailer. Nice. Maybe sell it to a JCT driver who doesn't have one on their trailer. But tell them you'll sell it to them for like 20, 40 bucks or something like that, because when they go back to the yard and have to buy one, they're going to end up paying like $70 to $80 for it. Yeah, I'm like, I didn't have enough dummies to work with there at JCT, so I went somewhere where there were more dummies. I wouldn't be against doing it again, but I'd rather have the right conditions. Like no, you're untrainable. Um, all you do is get your CLP, right? And then it's just a matter of learning how to do it for a couple weeks. All right. All right. His boss, I guess, also known as TM, is calling him. I'm sure he'll be calling back. All right, this is 67 Dateland coming up here. Chevron Station. Hello, New Jersey. Where at? Only 110 miles. Okay. Indi- Indianapolis, Indiana police. Well, you can go to Indiana police and meet up with Mish because he's always over in that Indy area. Oh, he's a fun lover. He'd like you. You just. He was fucking with you again this morning, you saw, right? Yeah, he asked you, hey, Cody, are you a truck driver? Well, there you go. Now you got to come back to him. Yeah, that's what it is. Hey, Cody, are you a trucker? No, I'm a super trucker. Yeah. What'd you buy again? You buy Malibu, I think you said, right? Yeah, that'll work. Wait. Apparently a lot of people. Yeah, exactly. No. Hello. Hey, how you doing? I still find it hard to believe you've never been to Pennsylvania before. Ah, so you're exploring new territory. And don't you feel like Christopher Columbus now, or John Muir, or oh no, John Muir, he was an explorer, wasn't he? Or Lewis and Clark? Yeah, I wouldn't want to necessarily be associated with Columbus. There's kind of a reason why Columbus Day. Some people refuse to call it Columbus Day and now call it Indigenous Peoples Day or whatever else. Yeah, he was barbaric, and he would outsmart a lot of people because of his knowledge of astronomy. Did you ever hear about that? So yeah, he knew about astronomy, and a lot of I guess most people back in that time didn't know shit about anything about astronomy at all. Like this was back still in the day when everyone thought the Earth was flat, and he knew it was round, and yeah, and then he figured out like yeah when yeah that what interval solar eclipses happen and this kind of stuff, and yeah, it's amazing, and they come up with the stupidest excuses to explain why they think it is. So anyway, yeah. So one of the stories I'd heard about Columbus was that his knowledge of eclipses. I guess he was dealing with some people, I forget where. I don't remember, it was South America somewhere or here in the US or somewhere. But it was somewhere here in the Western Hemisphere, I guess. And um, I think he made some kind of like a bet with somebody or whatever. He said if they, he bet that I think the moon was going to turn red or some shit like that. There's something really stupid like that that it would only happen with an astronomical event like an eclipse of some sort or whatever. I forget. I don't know the details. I'm butchering the story, but I'm giving the kind of an idea where anybody with a good knowledge of astronomy and all that stuff would know this. It's a trivial shit to them, but somebody like like the freaking kind of stupid people that existed back then who were just totally clueless about anything like that. And it's like, holy shit, man, that's amazing. How'd you do that? How the hell did you get like that? And I think that you're psychic and that you have these special powers that nobody else has because you predicted something that it's impossible to predict. Yeah. So that's some of the stuff that Columbus would do. He would manipulate people using his knowledge of stuff like that they did not have. What do you mean? I'm sure he did that too. Yeah. Which one of those two between Brigham Young and Joseph Smith was assassinated? Okay, I had to. Okay. Okay, so Joseph Smith was assassinated, and then what happened with Brigham Young? Oh, okay. Ah, that's it? How do you die of natural causes at age 30 or 40 or whatever? So he like died of maybe he died of syphilis from all that freaking polygamy shit he was into. Or actually, you can't even say syphilis because when you first get exposed to syphilis, it takes decades before syphilis finally kills you after you first get exposed. Yeah, peritonitis. So it's an inflammation of that's peritonitis. You said pancreatitis. It has to spell it. Peritonitis. That has nothing to do with the pancreas. That's something else. I don't know what perito means, but because there's that's a Latin scientific term for something specific. But itis always means inflammation. Okay, so Brigham Young died at age 76 of peritonitis, whatever the hell that is. Maybe you or somebody watching, hint, hint, can explain, give even just a simple thing, what the hell is peritonitis? What is it inflammation of? Almost sounds like It almost sounds like a tooth abscess or some shit. Okay, great. It's inflammation of the peritoneum. What the fuck's a peritoneum? Yeah, it's kind of a new one to me too. And some of this shit I learned from this trivia game I play on mainly through Messenger with my parents and other people, a couple other people. There is a thing called a fear of clouds. There's actually a term for it. Clouds. I was like, are you freaking serious? There are people who are actually afraid of clouds? Why? Yeah, why? Oh my god, it's gonna turn into a tornado! Of what? Yeah, yeah. It's a tissue. I guess it covers all of your different organs and shit in your abdomen. Okay, so yeah, it's basically that encasing or whatever that all of everything in your abdomen is in. I guess I don't know. So it probably led to like respiratory or cardiac arrest or something because of it constricting. No, because the inflammation taking up space that the heart or lungs needed. That, or it could have caused something like an important organ to rupture or something. I'm curious about that. I'm not. I've never heard of that before. Yeah. All right, R. Giles, how you doing? He's online. Cody says hello. He says, well, I can't read it too well, but I think he's saying, what type of hell is this? Scott's streaming. Yeah, yeah, I know. It's been a while. Hey, Ice says hello. It helps that it showed up on the YouTube side. Does it snow in New Jersey? Yeah, but I don't think it snows to the extent that it snows in Wyoming or your freaking neck of the woods. I'll tell you what, my first time ever in New Jersey was when I went TDY there to McGuire Air Force Base. Ah, that was an experience. So, yeah, actually, yeah, all right, story time. You always like my stories anyway, it seems. Um, okay, so I go TDY to McGuire Air Force Base, and I flew from Tucson to Philadelphia, and then drove a rental car with, the same guy I was telling you about who used to be work for an armored car service. Yeah, he and I both went there together. On basically, we were both there to get what's called transition training on the C-141 aircraft, and so we go there together in the rental car from Philly up to where the base is at, and now mind you, when we land in Philly, it's like 65 degrees. It's January, like early January, not just shortly after the New Year. And so like, damn, it's 65 in this part of the country. This is interesting. I was like, yeah, I can do this. Sweater weather to me, but it was very very comfortable. And so like the first couple of days of our class, because it was like what was it? I think a 4 week long class or something like that. I want to say 4 weeks, something like that. And first 2 or 3 days, yeah, I think Monday and Tuesday, it was still like 60 some odd degrees. And then once Wednesday came around, yeah, that was the last time I ever saw good temps. Then from there, it would regularly be daytime high of about 40 and an overnight low of about 5 or 7 degrees or so, and it would get windy. And then here I am coming from a Southern California base weather gear. And the chief of the squadron I was in didn't like to give part timers the cold weather gear that was needed for some stupid reason. I'm like, well, I kind of have to have the cold weather gear, specific articles of cold weather gear to keep warm. But all these guys who were arts at the time were still wearing civilian clothes, and they could wear whatever the hell they wanted to wear. So that was something that bugged me. But anyway, we get over there. Man, I'm freezing my ass off every freaking day. And yeah, and we kept having, yeah, and of course, yeah, every day in that class, we spend, I don't know, a couple hours in the classroom going over a particular system. Yeah, all the academics of, oh, this, the hydraulic system has this, that, and whatever components in it. And this is where they're located, and this is what their function are, and all this kind of stuff. And then the rest of that week or whatever, for a few days, we'd go out to an actual aircraft. What is this guy doing? Did this guy just did he freaking go off the road on accident? Or is he just stupid and decided to go in the median? I couldn't figure it out. Yeah, there's this guy sitting there right in the median, and you can see where he came. He came from the eastbound side. And he's like perfectly right in the line with in between the two, between the eastbound and westbound lanes, facing perfectly parallel with the different directions, but facing east. And you can see his tire tracks where they came from, and and he was outside outside the vehicle, like looking like he was getting ready to look around, like, what? All right, yeah. No, he was looking around like he's trying to see how he got stuck or where he was stuck at, or I couldn't tell. He was walking toward the front of, kind of like he's inspecting around the front of the vehicle, like maybe he thought he had some damage and was looking for it, that kind of thing. Didn't see any damage. I think he's just stuck. Anyway, going back to New Jersey though, freezing my ass off the rest of the time there. I think I only had like a Gore-Tex jacket that doesn't do much to keep you warm. It'll keep you dry, but not very warm. And I've never worn long johns, and or multiple layers of clothing like people in that kind of part of the country might be more accustomed to doing. So I'm like, holy shit, man! And we're going out on this aircraft, and it's windy on top of that. So just mind you, like 5 to 10 degree temps with wind on top of it. Ooh, God, that is horrible. And yeah, and so we go out there, and it's show and tell time. And sometimes we had a ground heater unit going to the aircraft. Sometimes we didn't. And yeah, and then sometimes, yeah, and then, yeah, and then sometimes we'd actually do certain tasks related to a system. Yeah, a lot of times it was just simple because it was a crew chief transition course. Basically, it was meant for people who were already crew chiefs, who are already fully qualified, but are not familiar with that specific aircraft. So we would, the course was specifically to learn all the systems of that particular aircraft, and so just some of the regular flight line tasks that we would do, like launch and not so much launch and recovery, but refueling, defueling, servicing locks. Where locks would be liquid oxygen. Servicing hydraulic fluid, doing pre-flight inspections or post-flight inspections or whatever else. A lot of that stuff that just everyday run-of-the-mill flight line maintenance crew chief tasks is basically what we were basically getting signed off on all that stuff. At the same time, we were doing academics on learning how the systems are laid out and what all the parts of the system are for. That kind of thing. Yeah, it was not a fun experience. But I do, yeah, but I do remember one particular day toward the end of my time there. I think it was the last week I was there. I remember the flight line had got snowed in. Yeah, so we had to deal with snow just to get out to the aircraft and all over. And I remember even when we got off the flight line, I still have pictures to this day, even online, I think, where of me and my BDUs and myself, Jay, the other guy who was there with me, and the FTD instructors, we call them. We were all having a snowball fight, throwing snowballs at each other. Yeah, I don't want to grow up. I'm a Toys R Us kid. Yeah, it's pretty sad, isn't it? I can't imagine how many millennials or what is it after millennials? Is it Generation Z or something like that? What are they called? What are the kids of millennials called? Aren't they Gen Zers? Something like that. I Yeah, I'd have a hard time believing hardly any of those guys have ever would have the first clue about that jingle. Yeah, something like that. I thought it was more than that. 'Cause I thought they were going out of business before I even retired from the Air Force. I don't remember what year they closed down, but and then you wonder why people there drive so much slower than they do in California. Yeah, you can get away with murder in California. Yeah, too many stupid people. Yeah, this is so true too. I always tell people, remember, I always tell people California has the worst drivers in the entire country. And I always say, yeah, even without the traffic problem like delays, look at how many accidents happen there, compared to anywhere else. You go to you go you go to Dallas area, people drive like shit. But how often do you see people in accidents there? Yeah, they happen. They happen, but more often than not, I go through the Dallas area and not see a single accident. And then there might be another time I might see a couple of them, but it's California. You like I can go from my house to any of my customers in the LA area on any given day, and probably see at least one or two accidents along the way. Every freaking day. Okay, so it gets even better than that. So so I had the three dropper. I had a drop in Brea, Actually, Daniel Finney's on his way to deliver there right now, the same place. Okay, I had 3 drops: Brea, Riverside, and San Bernardino. And then when I got through emptying, I went home, did a 10-hour break, and then came back down the next day to pick up my load in Colton. On my way down to Colton to pick my reload up, I cannot tell you how many different sets of fresh, brand new looking skid marks I saw going, going out, straying from my lane to the other lane and into the wall or into the, over to the shoulder or whatever. There were numerous spots that I went by where I could see, within a day or so old skid marks on the ground. And it's like, here's the proof right there. How many times can I see skid marks that were evident of an accident happening there in just that small a distance? I mean, this was just barely going down I think, the lower part of the Cajon Pass and down the 215 freeway into San Bernardino. That's it. We're talking what, 10, 15 miles? Might as well be. So for people watching the stream, Cody says that our driving test that the DMV gives is in a demolition derby. Yeah. Dude, you never seen Too Fast, Too Furious? You don't remember where I grew up? No, that's Hollywood making up some bullshit about what Barstow's like. Why is it? I don't know why. Hollywood always does that. There are people I know, like in the movie Aaron Brockovich. Okay, they actually filmed that movie in Hinckley itself. And there are people I know who are from Hinckley who tried to be extras in that movie, and who were born and raised in Hinckley or whatever, and just look like their normal selves. And then they would go to the casting call thing to become an extra, and so many of them got turned away because they said they don't look hillbilly enough. Like so a lot of them would just like look like normal, like people wearing freaking Levi's or just regular T-shirts kind of shit, and they didn't look cowboy or hicked out enough for the production staff to want to hire them on. So yes, in a heartbeat. Yeah, but that's the kind of shit that Hollywood does about Barstow. Now there's a lot to not like about Barstow. I admit there's a lot of poverty there. A lot of like Irvine, for example. You know where Irvine is, right? Okay, well they've gained some notoriety in the desert for basically hiring buses to take homeless people out of the Irvine area and actually bus them up to Barstow and dump them there. So yeah, so it's Barstow's just a trash ground for a lot of people, unfortunately, which is bullshit. And then you get a lot of people there who are on some form of welfare. Yeah, and they're coming all types. There's plenty of white, plenty of black, plenty of Hispanic, whatever. It's and not. I mean, now it's not like 90% white people. They're actually you go to Barstow, you're just going to see more people with brown skin or red, or as you might call it, red, like Native American or Indian, whatever. Then you're going to see white. I don't know. Maybe. Who? Isn't he like a rapper or something? Po- Post Malone. And I'd almost wonder is he related to Carl Malone because Carl Malone had quite a history with Utah Jazz. Yeah, they're not related. I don't. I mean, I've heard the name Post Malone, but I don't have a first fucking clue what the hell the guy looks like, or I swore that it was related to rap music, but that was about it. Okay, so he's kind of a hybrid between singing and rapping. What what kind of arrangement is the music? Is it like a rap? Okay, all right, that's what I was getting at. Hip hop, rap type of instrumentation. So he's really down to earth guy. Or go noodling. Doesn't get much more redneck than going noodling. By choice or because speed up or not, I fucking stayed behind him thinking he was going to pick up speed. And now he's sitting there camping out at like 58 miles an hour. Uh, no me gusta. Sí. Quiero que ir a 67. It says I want to go 67. That's what I have my cruise set at. So she acts like she speaks Spanish but doesn't. Okay. Oh, there's a term. Yeah, there's a condition that's called. I can't remember what it is though. Hermaphrodite or something. Uh, and it's not a mental one. It's actually a genetic or some kind of physiological condition. What? So she like got Turner syndrome or something, like one of the sex chromosome disorders? Yeah, because there's several different sex chromosome disorders. One of them is Turner syndrome. Then there's another one called Klinefelter. Then there's some other ones. I forget what all's what. Some of them will present as males, and will present as female. So, but what did she say that makes you think that she's a fake Spanish speaker? Simone? Yeah, I mean, it's basically yes. It's like yes, man, or kind of. It's more of a kind of a cholo kind of culture. Nothing bad. I'm not saying anything bad about them. I'm just saying that usually you really only hear people saying Simone if they're like gangbanger cholo type or some from that type of I guess culture like Dora's culture. Yeah, you'll never. I don't think you'll ever hear her brothers or mom or anybody saying that. I'm familiar with it because of people I grew up with, down the people I used to hang around with when I was younger. I'd hear them use it sometimes, and yeah, it's usually, yeah, honestly, kind of the more piece of shit kind of people. Come on, stupid car, hit your. Now this is where I'm gonna use my. I'm gonna pre-trip my freaking air horn if you don't move your ass. Yeah. Okay, so when it comes to speaking Spanish, even if you don't know the words, I give you a little tip. If you want to know, well, not just that, you can hear how other people, how actual Spanish speakers pronounce stuff, but then you get into the issue of where are they from or what part of Mexico or, because there are different subcultures within Mexico. Or maybe they're not even speaking Mexican Spanish. Maybe they're from Puerto Rico, or maybe they're from Cuba, or somewhere else where they even have different dialects where you might hear a Puerto Rican person use that you'll never hear a Mexican person use, or vice versa. Hello, what? Kinda. You were breaking up. It sounds like he just basically says something and repeats himself, right? Okay. You know what pedal is? Pero. Pedal. That's butt. Not your ass butt, but like, not this, but that kind of butt. I was like, no, but I know, yo no sé, pero such and such, whatever. I don't know, but yeah, that's what that means. Okay, but then also something that helps is the learn the linguistic rules. If you, because like if you talk to Dora and her brothers or mom or anybody, you ask any of them and ask them about what my accent is like, and they'll say it's almost non-existent. It's not this exit, is it? I don't remember. I can't. Oh, I'm in Yuma now. I can't remember if it's this exit or exit 7. I'm wanting to say this might be it, but I'm on the opposite side of where I usually come from, so don't know if I'm using the correct exit. I don't think this is it. Um, but I see the building that I think could be the TNA facility. I don't think I've gotten to the exit yet. I want to say it's exit 7. Yeah, and exit 7's coming up, a mile and a half. I'm pretty certain it's exit 7. Anyway, yeah, learn the linguistic rules. Like vowels are only pronounced one way, only one way. Not like American English where you have multiple pronunciations for every vowel. So, like I was saying, if you see the letter A, there's only one way it gets pronounced in Spanish language. It doesn't have 3 different ways it can be pronounced. It's one way only. Same goes with all the other vowels. Every vowel has one specific way it is pronounced, no other way. And then certain letters, okay, like the letter R, that's a good one to use. If it's if it's well, it depends. Now, if it's a single R and it's the word starts with an R, then you trill it, like Rico or Ricodo. But if it's a single R in the middle of a word, then it just has more of a D sound to it. And then if it's 2 R's together, then it's trilled. Rosetta Stone is one. Okay, but now, yeah, just it's easier than you think. You don't necessarily have to use. Well, yeah, Rosetta Stone can be useful because let's see, can I use both sides? No, I think I have to use the inner side of this. Um, yeah, learn the linguistic rules first, and then you can learn the alphabet too. But honestly, I don't know the Spanish alphabet. I don't know how to pronounce it. I don't really care. I just look at the words and then know how they're supposed to be pronounced based on the simple linguistic rules, and then it's a matter of learning the nomenclature. It's kind of like remember when you're a kid learning when maybe your sister, or your mom, or whatever, somebody was teaching you how to speak at all. Okay, so they might. Um, I'm going. I don't care. I think this is the yeah. I think this is the one I want right here. Freaking jackass motherfucker. Tanimura and Antle. That's yeah, Antle, whatever. I always forget the A part. I knew the T part was like Tanimura or some shit like that, but I couldn't remember. I always just call it tits and ass, TNA. Yeah, I mean, because I can never remember these two names on this. I just know it's TNA. That's it. That's who, like, hey, kid, I don't use GPS. I still found my shipper. Ah, you're in for some fun. I'll look up where that place is you're going to be picking up at. You said Johnstown? No, you said New Jersey. What's the place in New Jersey? I thought you said it was called Johnstown. Okay, well, I know you said. I thought you said the name of the city in New Jersey, though. But I, okay, oops, I think I'm starting to rotate a little bit too much toward this guy. Yep, I got it. Take some of this out. There we go. Yeah, I don't think you have the hours to do that anyway. All right, I'm parked and I got live stream people to watch, to talk to. So that's it. All right. I guess I can put that I'm already here. Can't really check in though because I'm not due for pickup until tomorrow. I mean, I could try, but I don't think they'll let anybody check in without an appointment. I don't have an appointment. You don't want to talk to? Yeah, I don't. Damn Georgia people. Come from the Phoenix metro area. I see how's the driving over there. Was nice and easy. Plenty of traffic over in the Phoenix area though. Going between Tolleson and Highway 85 and Buckeye. And it was moving fine, but there was no shortage of traffic over there. And started out at, I guess, kind of moderate traffic, I guess, even on 85. But then I think once I got to the prison area, I got a little more quiet. I wonder why. Right, gotta head off. I have to be up at 3:20 a.m. for work. Laters. And it is 21:30. Damn, oh, come on. You can't do like 5 or 6 hours, 5 hours of sleep, Lisa? Lucy? I'm gonna keep calling you Lucy because you keep calling me Zooty. Anyway. Alright, so we're at Tanamura and Ankle, whatever, however the hell you pronounce that, I don't know. TNA, that's the easy way to put it. On the east end of Yuma. I got some friends here. I think I may even see if they're busy, but I know that Mexican kitchen right here next to the shipping office is really, really good. This is a good shipper to go to because as you see, they have plenty of parking here. It's a dirt parking lot, so I didn't want to try to wash my truck knowing that I was going to come into this lot. But yeah, I can park overnight here. They have the bathroom over there in the Mexican kitchen area, something like that. I don't know if they have outhouses. I can't remember. Well, last time I came here, I think it was before COVID-19. So I don't know how they're doing things right now. But I know that kitchen is really damn good, and I'm making to have me some tacos. So, you know what I'll be having for food today? What else we got? Because I know there was some stuff that went on that I couldn't see because the phone be running hot, or the fact that I just wasn't paying that much attention to the phone, which is not a bad thing. Where did we leave off? Let's see. Damn it, this thing does not want to. I'm gonna have to change the size of the chat box too. I can definitely tell it's more limited on how much it covers. Alright, I saw that. James Ewing, look like you're narrating everything you're doing your day again. I was in the shower for get ready for doctor appointment at 3:30. So I'll give you, James, I gotta have fun with you, man. You give play-by-play of everything that goes on in your day. Good luck at doctor's appointment. They are giving me 2 brand new hearing aids. They paid for it, and mine only 3 years old. Only 3 years old. How long do hearing aids last? I don't even know. I don't know shit about them. I know my dad wears them now, and man, he doesn't like wearing them or something, and all the time only me yelling at him and stuff, and it's like in one ear and out the other. I mean, he can still hear, he just can't hear so well or make out what is being said so well without his hearing aids on. I guess the age is catching up with him on that part. What is he now? He's going to be 70 this year, I think. Yeah, 70 in just a few more months. That was what they're giving me 2, that's one, or 4 years old. I'm jumping hoops to get the COVID vaccine, not until March. So, Jim, you're trying to avoid getting the vaccine until at least March? Is that what I guess that's what you're saying? Trying to avoid it as much as you can, or maybe there's a particular reason why you want it, but you don't want it yet. Maybe something going on there, I guess. Mike Gold, how you doing? I think I kind of casually mentioned something earlier that I acknowledged that you were on, but I didn't actually say your name. Actually, Linda and Mike, I think I said both of you guys' names earlier. How y'all doing? Let's see. JR yell at your doctor, say, ow! Man, UK has very bad COVID there and spreading to the US. Yeah, and it's coming. It's that freaking weird, more easily spread but less lethal one. It's actually, I think, one case of it in Colorado first, and then it ends up at with the military person here, actually in Southern Cal, and then I think we already have that, at least one case of that in San Bernardino County as well now. Let's see, I'm gonna get some cool air on this. Stay safe, shit is everywhere. Running this, I don't know how well you guys can hear me now with this going on. I'll be driving mostly back east. CFI, interesting. Because I see CFI trucks all the time on I-40, so I would imagine I'd probably run into you a fair amount there too, but I don't know what all they do, but you say mostly east, so. Johnstown, New York is just north of the thruway near Schenectady. Oh, that's not that bad. Schenectady ends up going up by, I think by Albany. Yeah, that's not a bad area. And you don't even have to go through, you don't necessarily have to even go through the New York City area to get up there either. But you gotta watch out for those parkways and throughways, whatever. Those are not truck friendly. So cool to talk with Scott. You're full of good information. Try. I guess. Super truckers do 80. There's a joke that RG said about me streaming. Stop it, Brad. It's a cold day in hell before I stream again. It must be cold in hell now. Okay, so Generation Z is correct about millennials' children. That's what whatever happened to Gen Y? I thought there was a Generation Y as well. Because I'm a Gen Xer. So, who's Gen Y? I don't get it. I mean, where's Generation Y a colloquial term for millennials? I have to look that up unless somebody knows. Alright, Sacramento is really something with accident stats too. Not bad. Count when it rains too. Yeah. You gotta watch it there in Riverside too there, Clueless, because yeah. A lot of people I think they tend to drive on bald tires and then they end up having spin outs and stuff every time there's rain. It's amazing. If you go on the CHP CAD website, or even just use the CHP or the Cal Road Reports app on mobile phone, you can get incident information, CHP incident information on there for any particular comm center area. Watch how many accidents that you see on a typical day, and then watch how many accidents you see when the roads are wet. They skyrocket probably 3 or 4 times when the roads are wet. It's amazing. And they're bad enough as it is, even on a good day. Which is, it's not something to brag about by any stretch. That's actually embarrassing. Let's see. This thing doesn't like to respond to my finger too often. Yuma, Arizona, right? Yes. And see it in the title too. Yeah. All right. So yeah, I'll repeat that just in case anybody more recently tuned in. I'm in Yuma, Arizona, which is right by the California border on I-8, and really close to Mexico, the country, not the state. It's all on the other side of the state from New Mexico. Tanamura and Uncle or Ankle, whatever, Tiane. East side of here, east side of Yuma. I'll be picking up tomorrow. I don't know the time yet. And the load is going to Clarksville, Arkansas. Walmart. Anytime you pick up here in Yuma, highly likely it's going to be green veggies. A lot of it either coming out of Mexico, or some others of it will be, this guy's actually doing a U-turn setup. Not many people do that. So this guy, yeah, I don't know many people beside myself who do U-turn setups, but I don't know, maybe he's not going to do it. I thought he was going to do U-turn setup and park here next to me, but I think he changed his mind because there's not enough space between me and the guy that's over there on the right. So there's this guy right here. There's plenty of space right between me and my tractor and his trailer, but over on the other end there's not enough space to fit another truck in between there. So I think that's why he changed did something different. I mean, there's that whole row right over there, though. See, people park like shit. Like this guy, 2 trucks over there, like parked like half a truck length away from each other and at an angle. Like, who does that? It's like, don't park like an asshole. Park up closer against the other people. Yeah, I know you want to try to respect other people's privacy, but wait till this lot starts to fill up more and people start banging on your doors, calling you an asshole and stuff, or pulling your fifth wheel because you got no courtesy for them. All right, coming from the Phoenix Metro House. Let's see, I already looked at that. Gotta head off. Right, saw that. It's hard to read because this damn thing's running hot still. What I got for like 86% charge, I think is what it says. Tacos sound good. They are definitely good, and I'm gonna go have me some. And like I said, they're authentic Mexican tacos. They're not bastardized American crap. They're actually, you want real Mexican food? That's real Mexican food right there. Damn good stuff. That grr is on the move. Is on the bus. Not sure if there is one. Gen Y is millennials. Okay, that explains it. So it does confirm what I thought might have been the case, because it had to have been in between Gen X and Gen Z. I hope we do run into you on 40. It would be nice to see you again. I'll make sure I avoid you, okay? You know I live on I-40, so you know it's easy to find me. Not too many blue Peterbilts with JCT. Probably only a couple of us left. I know one of the guys, there were at least 3 of us that I knew of, and I know for a fact one of the guys turned in his truck and may have quit. I don't know. Either he quit or upgraded, but I ended up swapping with him a few months back, and I know his name, and I know that specific truck, and his truck is now sitting in the post lease slot, so it tells me he's either no longer with us or he's switched trucks. So down to only about 2 or 3 blue Peterbilts left here, and one of them is mine. I think there's about 3 red Peterbilts left, including my buddy Daryl. Was it Jim or someone else was talking about how JCT was sponsoring midget car racing, a couple of midget race cars, whatever, in Tulsa this last weekend. Daryl was, who drives one of those red Pete's, was one of the guys who was participating in that. So I want good tacos. Meant to say in one of those bonehead truckers of the week, I knew one was you, but the other about the truck getting pulled over. The truck was so obvious. Yeah, there were 2 of them in a row. I posted both of them in his Facebook group with the purpose of allowing him to use it in his YouTube videos. And then, of course, I had all of that on my own footage too, because. But now you might see a little difference because I had a regular recorded video with all 3 of my camera views, my front, rear, and interior all together on my own channel. It was a deadhead from, might have been Vernon, somewhere in the LA area. That's all I remember. I don't remember if I was going from Vernon. It was, but I know I was picking up in the Bakersfield area. What's that town again? Is it Lamont? It's on the southeast side of Bakersfield. I can't remember if it's Lamont or it's that town with an A that starts with an A. I can't remember it now. Somewhere over there in that area is where I was picking up at. And I remember I was on my way up on the first half where I was on my way up to ended up stopping at the TA in Wheeler Ridge. I remember on my way up the Grapevine on that footage there is where you saw that in real time, or not real time, but the unedited footage where I had all 3 of the camera views And everything for every inch of what I did from the LA area up to Wheeler Ridge. What I put in the Bonehead Truckers group and for him to put on his compilation, I took out the interior view, but I left in the rear exterior, and also I only put a certain, I'm trying to keep it short for a compilation. Doesn't necessarily need to have a whole freaking 10 minutes of footage. So I really just included just enough where it was useful for what he's trying to do. Which is show bonehead truckers doing bonehead things. Like Swift and an owner-op passing me up in the number 2 lane when I'm in the number 3 out of 4 on the Grapevine. And then what happens, I get people, you shouldn't have been in that lane in the first place. Like, what are you doing over there? Why did they have to pass you over there to pass you? Like, first, you don't know why I was over there. And I started the clip where I did, so it's not unusually excessively long for people in their stupid little what am I trying to say? It's the attention span, non-existent attention span. Like, if you don't grab someone's attention right away, then they lose interest and they're going to move on to something else. So it's one thing to come to my channel and expect that you're going to see now 5-hour-long live stream. It's another to be one of those people who just wants to see real quickly what's going on and move on and see the whole entertainment part. So I only added that part of, put in that little part of it, showing, I think right after I'd finished passing the truck, so the start of the clip doesn't show me passing the other truck. But it does show my speed down there at the bottom of the main view, that I was doing about 60 miles an hour. And then you see me catching up on these trucks that are both in the number 3 and 4 lane, doing only 45 miles an hour. So, like I said, you see me slowing down from 60 to 45, and I can see them coming. Now, mind you, dash cams have a wider view, and they're not so good at showing you the straight ahead view. They can show you what's there, they just don't give you the depth perception that you can get with your own eyeballs. So I could see a lot more clearly what was going up and on up ahead of me than what the dash cam was able to show. And even then, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out what the camera was, what actually was going on up there if you're just watching and paying attention. So I had several people, both in the Facebook group and on his video on YouTube, saying, you should have been in there. So I had to actually show somebody, go into my own YouTube video, put it about, at the same spot, but a little bit earlier. Maybe about 10 seconds, 20 seconds, whatever the hell it was earlier in my footage. And then put, because you can hyperlink to that exact spot on the YouTube video. It adds in like a question mark, T equals, and then a number at the end of it, like a 5-digit number or something like that. It adds that to the end of the URL. And so I did that and put it as a comment on, as a reply to one of those guys who was talking shit. You shouldn't have been in that lane. Okay, here you go, motherfucker. Come to this video, watch it, and see what exactly really was going on, and then you have a better idea why I was in that lane. And you can watch, even go further back and see how often I was camping out in the number 3 lane when I could have been in the number 4. Nope, I'm not a left lane hog. I camp out in the number 4 lane, not the 3. If I'm in the number 3 lane, I'm there for a good damn reason, to pass somebody. And that's it, when I'm in that area. And I drive slower than most people in California. I mean, come on now. I mean, everybody does like 60 plus in California. I normally do like 57, 58. I'm not in a hurry there. Actually, running slower speed there gives me better fuel economy, which makes it that much easier for me to do what I got to do in Cali without having to buy California fuel. Imagine that. So, yeah, it amazes me how many ignorant people there can be, don't know what the hell they're talking about, and all they see is only part of the story, and instead of asking questions that are about, hey, is there a reason why were you over there and not over there? Were you passing somebody or something, or just, and say you shouldn't have been over there anyway. Well, you shouldn't run your stupid, ignorant mouth, because you're making it pretty obvious you're a fucking idiot who runs your mouth without thinking first. So, I don't care if I get some thumb down on this from saying this, but that's the way it is, man. If stupid is, stupid does, and I don't give a shit if you can't handle being told that you're a fucking ignorant idiot. I say ignorant stuff myself, so but hey, at least I'll admit that I say something stupid and ignorant sometimes. Cody, I'm definitely a bonehead trucker. Hey, Linda, how you doing? Better people, yeah. And you get these stupid super truckers thinking they're God's gift to trucking and don't know, So it's amazing what you can figure out when you get more of the details. Here's another anecdote on that. There was one time I was on my way to deliver to the Walmart in Ochalata, Oklahoma. Ochalata is what a lot of people call it. Ochalata is 50 miles away from our home terminal, or about 30 or so north of Tulsa on US 75. Alright, so I remembered I had stopped at the service plaza on 44, the one that's right before our terminal. What's the name of that town there? I forget. But I stopped there to burn off some extra time and take a nap. And then shortly after I got rolling, somewhere in between that service plaza and Sepulpa, where our terminal was at, there was some kind of an incident involving I think it was a straight truck, straight van, like an expediter type van or a fish van, or like a moving van kind of thing, one of those like 2-axle vans. So anyway, they were blocking the road. I can't remember if they had a trailer or not, but it was a regular straight truck, not a tractor trailer, and I just know the road was blocked. And so you hear everyone talking on the CB, the road's blocked, there's a freight truck, whatever, probably fell asleep or was texting and driving or something. Everyone always thinks that you're falling asleep or on your phone. Something along that line or whatever. So like, okay, well, it's the right time of day where that could happen. That could very well be the case. Someone, let's see, what is that? AV-8B, I think. An aircraft just took off from Marine Corps Air Station Yuma. And based on the shape of it, I want to say it's an AV-8B Harrier. I'm pretty sure that's what it is. Because I know they have AV-8Bs and F-35s over here. Anyway, but we're talking about people making these comments like that, so your natural assumption is, probably did fall asleep or probably were on the phone and went off the road because they're stupid or something. Okay, so explain this to me. Once a wrecker came over and moved them over to the shoulder so people could go by, why is it when I start coming up on the accident scene, I see an entire rear axle with tires attached to it, sitting over there by the shoulder about 100 feet behind the truck that it came off of? Yeah, but this was caused by somebody falling asleep or playing on their phone, right? It's like, this is not from somebody playing on their phone or falling asleep. This is from their fucking axle falling off their truck and losing control because of it. It's the kind of stupidity or ignorance that we get. I wouldn't necessarily call it stupidity. I would just call it ignorant. People get these presumptions of what caused stuff just because it's the most common reason why something happens or whatever. That's not always the case. That was a perfect example of that. Alright, how's it going, Anthony? Welcome. Yeah, I know you haven't. I decided to go ahead and stream today because I know you, Lisa, and some other people have been itching in the Critter Corner chat. You should go stream again. You need to stream again. We miss having you stream. I want stream. Okay, I listen. I stream. I've probably been a trucker a time or two myself. You know, we all do it. I just did it myself today. I just did a bonehead thing when I left when I was leaving Phoenix. Yeah, when I got through washing out my trailer at Danny's, and then I was going to make the left turn from 99th onto the service road to get on to 10 West, I did the bonehead thing. See cars coming southbound. There was one in the far left lane coming southbound. They were going a lot slower than they really probably should have been. And they were kind of giving just little hints that maybe they were going to turn left at the intersection there. I think it's McDowell Road. No, it's not McDowell, is it? Whatever that service road is called. I think McDowell's the next road up. But anyway, just some reason I just boneheaded think that they're going to turn left, even though they never signaled left. But they were going slow enough because they were not going anywhere near the speed limit. Ooh, I think my phone is getting cool enough where I can actually see it. Yeah, I see it better now. Anyway, so we all do it. Just or sometimes I miss a turn because I'm busy yapping on the phone with somebody, even though with the headset on. I get distracted. It happens. Everybody. So it's just, what can you do to minimize how many times you do something stupid like that? Or, paying attention to what details will keep you out of that kind of trouble. Hello, live chat. Nice. Let's see. A bunch of hello to everybody. Linda, assume, yes. Hi. Jim, smiley face. Bunch of laughs. Alright. I'm thinking I might go ahead and shut down and go in there and have me some tacos. Tacos, yeah. I can't wait. Because I haven't eaten that all today, and I intentionally didn't, so I can have that. See what you caused, Cody. You make Scott be a bonehead trucker. Yep, it is his fault. Rat bastard. I sent you my clock. Okay, well, I will take a... Did you say... I see a text message. Is that... No, that's not. It looked like the only text messages I got were from my wife and from Jason Bray, which I will look at and deal with soon. I assume you sent it on Messenger instead, which is fine because now I can look at it on here. Alright, that'll work. That's perfect. Because now I can pull it up on here and have a much better look at it. Okay, you are picking up in Edison, New Jersey. Antonio, you live in New Jersey. Where's Edison at in relation to you? Let's take a look. Cody, you might get a chance to meet up with Anthony there. Let's see where Phil. Are you gonna show me Edison, or are you gonna keep showing me Southern Cal? Because I can see Bandini, Downey Road, and all that. I know I'm in LA area on this map. Why is it not showing Edison? Ah, now you decide to do it. Okay, 95 and 287 area. getting up really close to New York's. Okay. Up above Trenton. Yeah, that's getting into the pretty urban area. Okay, so not really close to, and you said you're taking it to Indianapolis, though. So, I mean, you could get a chance to meet up with Anthony on the way to Indianapolis, perhaps. No, maybe not. Looking at the route between Indianapolis and there, Edison and Indy, and it looks like, yeah, because basically I-70 is what you want to work your way to, but probably use I-76. I would imagine I-78 to I-81 to I-76. Yeah, probably US 22 from Edison over to I-70, or is that 287? No, actually, yeah, you can take 287 up to 78. You don't have to text to US 22, but you can. 287 up to I-78, and then now Anthony is a little bit further south. Exit 10 at the Turnpike, Central Jersey, about an hour and a half from there. Okay. Now, see, I knew you were a little bit further down. I know you're closer to where I had that one, where I had that delivery over in just south of Philadelphia that one time. Not like you're like by Mount Laurel or something like that, aren't you? Somewhere up in that area, I forget. Because that one time, yeah, it was Swedesboro where I delivered to, and I remember that wasn't too far south of where you're at. For some reason, Mount Laurel sounds familiar. Burlington? I don't know. I can't remember where you. I knew you were somewhere down in that area, though, off the Turnpike, or actually 295. I keep wanting to say Mount Laurel. What is that? Take New Jersey Turnpike to exit 6 to 276 to 76 or 287 to 78. Yeah, looking at where where Edison, New Jersey is, for him to get from there to Indianapolis, at least if it was me driving that route, I would definitely get on 287. Take it up to 78, and then 78 across over into, I was going to say, I thought 78 was the one that goes into Allentown. Yeah, Bethlehem and Allentown. Continue across 78, and to, over to 81, and then 81 down into Harrisburg and Carlisle. And then 76, which is the Penn Turnpike, from Carlisle across over to the west end of, where is it? Yeah, New Stanton, I think, yeah. Take the Penn Turnpike over to New Stanton, Pennsylvania, and then you get on I-70 from there, and then take 70 all the way across and straight into Indianapolis from there. Alright, 45 minutes from Mount Laurel. Okay. I am not going to Edison myself, but Cody will. Okay, tomorrow at 1600. Alright. So, and then now Cody, you're coming from, you're going to be deadheading from Cole Township, I think it was, up off of I-80, and I forget where exactly it was. Somewhere in central PA, if I remember right. Somewhere over by Lewisburg or something like that. I forget. So it's over in that general area, if I remember right. Alright, let's let's take a look at your hours, Cody. And then have you figured out how many miles you got to cover? Because you still got to go from where you're at to Cole Township, whatever, and then let's take a look. Cole Township, Pennsylvania to Edison is 140 miles. And then after that, you're going to Indianapolis. That's 838 miles. So about 800, we'll just say 840-ish. Alright, and you have 249 left to go, so that's about 1090 left total then. 840 plus 250, yeah, it's 1090. How many is to cover that route like so we'll just say 1100 divided by 60. About 18 and a half hours. We could even say 19 hours of on-duty time is what you'll probably need. Oh yeah, you're doing fine. You have 35 left on your 70-hour clock. Okay, did you do a 34-hour reset where I see that day with 0 time on it? So if that's the case, you got 4 days. You have 4 days of no recaps before you start getting anything. But you didn't send me your summary, your status page, so I don't know when your last reset was. I see the 0 and can only assume that that's when it was. Isn't trip planning first thing to learn on trainer trip? Yeah. Hey, eyeballs, hello? Eyeballs. Must have been an inside joke on that one. I must have missed whatever it was that caused Anthony to call me eyeballs now. Not mine, so all's good. Y'all have a great day and safe travels. Coffee spelled backwards is E-Fock. Just know that I don't give E-Fock until I've had my coffee. Okay. Okay, so now Cody, you just sent me the status page, and now what's important on the status page is that thing right there at the top, last 34-hour reset. That was at 7 minutes after midnight on the 15th. So I can go to your 8-day page if I could see the date, which I can't. But today's the 18th, so 17, 16, 15. So yeah, the 15th would be the first day of recaps, which is the 8 hours and 43 minutes. So you got 4 days in a row of no recaps. 35 is roughly 9 hours that you can run every day. Question is, will you be able to run that load and then run on top of that back to Salt Lake City or Ogden or wherever the hell you're going to? Yeah, Ogden, I think, right? That's where you guys are living. 2354. All right, so 2360. 236 divided by 6. You're going to need 39 and a half, so about 40 hours. You're going to be short without, you're going to need recaps to do that. You won't be able to deliver your load and go pick that load up and get back to Utah without needing recaps first. Or a reset first. This guy's not going to try to back into this spot here, is he? Because he's not going to fit. Okay. So you'll need the recaps. It's just now, when are you supposed to be in Indianapolis? Because you're going to be tomorrow. I mean, I think you're going to be taking a little bit of just enough time where you're going to have hours to work with to run pretty good shifts before you start running into the recap need. Anyway, because you're only 240 out, 250 out, whatever, so you're only going to need about another 4.5 hours today to get to your customer. And then you said you don't pick up until tomorrow. That's 130 miles, I think is what I said, something along that line. That's only a couple hours. So you're 31. We'll say you'll be about 31 hours left on your 70, somewhere in that ballpark by the time you finish your shift today. And then that leaves you 3 days to run 31 hours. Yeah, you can run 10-hour shifts each day, and then you'll get into your recaps. I think it sounds like you might be fine. It's a drop in the yard. I don't have a set day. Okay. Well, it sounds like you'll be able to run pretty good shifts, at least. As they say, you're going to get slowed down by what you have left today to run, and the fact you don't pick up until tomorrow afternoon. So, yeah, I think you'll be fine. If you need 2 hours, just PC safe haven to make it. Yeah, did a log violation for that. Actually, here's how you make that legit. Instead of safe haven, just say you're picking up produce, and then if you're picking up a produce load, the first I think it's 200 miles. What is the distance, Mish? You remember? I think that's a more recent change with the distance that you can do for ag exempt. For those of you guys who don't drive, or maybe you're newer, there's this thing called an agricultural exemption, or ag exempt as we call it in short term. When you pick up a produce load, you can actually legally run on PC time from where you picked up your load to I think about 150 or so, or 200 miles out from where you picked it up from, and then at that point you're supposed to stop. KLLM is only 75. I can't use any other exemptions. Okay. Yeah, but I think the FMCSA, I want to say, it's 200 miles. 2 hours or 75. We'll take a look. I want to say it's 200 miles though. FMCSA agricultural exemption, and Google pops it up for me really fast. I didn't even have to type it all. FMCSA.dot.gov, the very first website. This is why I can't believe some people ask questions and don't know certain answers. It's that easy to find the answer a lot of times. Okay. Provides exceptions, 49 CFR 395.1 kilo. Provides exceptions from the HOS rules during planting and harvesting periods as determined by the state for the transportation of agricultural commodities, including livestock, bees, horses, fish used for food, and other commodities that meet the definition of agricultural commodity under Section 395.2 within a 150 air mile radius from the source of the commodities. The exemption also applies to the transport of farm supplies for agricultural purposes shipped from either a wholesale or retail distribution point to the location the supplies will be used, or from a wholesale distribution point to a retailer. The HOS regulations do not apply to the transportation of agricultural commodities operating completely within the 150 air mile radius by for-hire or private carriers. Therefore, work and driving hours are not limited, and the driver is also not required to use an ELD or keep paper logs. In an operation where a driver uses a vehicle equipped with an ELD, a driver that is exempt can use an exempt driver account or annotate the time as exempt ag operation. Once a driver operates beyond the 150 air mile radius, the HOS regulations apply. Therefore, starting at the time and location where the transporter goes past the 150 air mile radius, the driver must maintain logs using an ELD, unless the driver or the vehicle meets one of the limited ELD exemptions. The driver must work and drive within the limitations of the HOS rules when operating beyond the 150 mile air mile radius. Time spent working within the 150 air mile radius does not count toward the driver's daily and weekly limits. In other words, you can be off duty doing this, or personal convey, whatever. When operating within the 150 air mile radius, the driver can either identify the movement of the commercial motor vehicle as authorized personal use on the ELD, or refrain from logging into the ELD. There you go. If the driver logs into the ELD and identifies the movement as authorized personal use, then driver must also make an annotation on the ELD explaining that the movement is exempt per the agricultural exemption. Upon exiting the 150 air mile radius, the driver must then identify the movement of the vehicle as on-duty driving. If the driver does not log into the ELD, basically drive with the ELD logged out, which is something else we can do. The driver must then log into the ELD, identify the movement as on-duty driving, and make an annotation on the ELD explaining that the unassigned miles accumulated prior to the point were exempt miles. Drivers transporting agricultural commodities are not required to use an ELD if the vehicle was manufactured before the model year 2000, provided they prepare paper logs, or if they do not operate outside the 150 air mile radius for more than 8 days during any 30-day period. Did they prepare paper logs on the days when they are not exempt from the HOS rules? Covered farm vehicles as defined in Section 390.5 Tango are exempted from the HOS regs per 49 CFR 395.1 or 1 subsection S. It only applies to private transportation of agricultural commodities, including all those live animals, basically. Machinery and supplies to or from a farm or ranch by the owner or operator of a farm or truck. Okay, so I mentioned a certain CFR section that covers this. Gotta look at what exactly that is, because it includes livestock, basically, but is it exclusively livestock, or does it mean produce as well? And I think it says planting and harvesting periods, so you can reasonably assume that, yeah, it applies to produce as well. So, good information to know. 150 mile air mile radius if you're qualified to use ag exempt. Going from the shipper to where at least 150 miles in the direction of where your receiver's at. It's air miles, not. So you might have to actually run more than 150 actual miles on the roads because roads are not straight before you actually reach that 150 air mile point. Hopefully you guys, I don't know, maybe someone might find some good use out of that. We can technically use that here, but nobody I know does, and a lot of people don't know that you can even do that. A lot of people don't know that there is such thing as an ag exempt rule that you are allowed to use to your advantage. That's the other part. So next time I do my M&M load, I'm using PC short haul ag exempt. I don't know. I'd try that with M&Ms, but you can give it a try. See if it works. Officer, let me see your logs. Me, sure you go. Officer, what are you hauling? Well, then again, you can always say you ran ag exempt using having a produce load, and they might see your logs after you've already delivered that load and don't have your BOL with you. Yeah, I was the produce load officer. Yeah, I was hauling corn from Iowa or something. That's what it is. Or do they haul corn out of Joliet? I don't know the area. I'm sure maybe they do. There's nothing but cornfields out that way anyway. Hauling miche, live, chocolate covered broccoli. Officer, driver busted. You are under arrest. I'm using that next dry load. Chocolate is produced. Well, yeah, I guess. Unprocessed. Oh. It's actually pretty warm here. 94 degrees right now. I should be wearing shorts, but I'm not. It was cooler earlier, and I wasn't. I've been so used to running in 20 some odd degree temps. Actually, there is a giant corn elevator between the two Joliet intermodal terminals. There you go. So when your logs say that you started in Joliet, and I go, oh man, hey, I picked up from that corn tower. Oh, got it. All right, I think I'm gonna go ahead and go offline. Go get me some tacos, use the restroom and all that, and maybe kick back and look like I got other calls to make, like my wife and whatever else. Respond to Jason. So I guess I'll pick up sometime tomorrow. I don't know when. I'll figure it out, but I don't know that I'll be streaming that one live. Maybe not. I don't know. Typically, what my plan is when I'm doing pickups and deliveries, I don't really plan to live stream that, and I plan to do more, maybe live stream more when I'm en route, and preferably during the daytime when there's actually scenery for you guys to look at, and not just some dark road with my headlights shining on them and whatever. I don't know. We'll see, because sometimes I might play music too, so I might still consider doing nighttime. And you guys know sometimes I do play music. What's up with IWX? So it looked like I was getting ready to leave the parking lot, and then all of a sudden just starts backing up, like for no apparent reason. It seemed weird. All right, so toodles. Ta-ta, if you're from the UK, I guess that's the thing there. Jim, going to Pennsylvania to see your brother, or you can go catch Cody while he's there too. Dark, we can't see you crying over Marco quitting Nightwish. What? Alright, so yeah, maybe, I don't know, we'll see. Tomorrow I might live stream, but maybe not necessarily while I'm here picking up. Right after, but maybe I'll stop somewhere, and then when I'm done with that, I can maybe put up a stream. All right. So we'll see you guys maybe tomorrow. Thanks for hanging out and watching. Yeah, can't believe how long this was. Yeah, music's always good. I can't play too much of your kind of music though, Anthony, because my streams will get blocked if I do, or videos get blocked. A lot of that classic rock and stuff, as much as I like it, yeah, I run a higher risk of the videos getting blocked later on. So there is that problem. But try to play that normal variety, and I like, mix of everything. Do what we can, and then say who gives a shit if it gets blocked. If it does, it does. That sounds good. All right, guys, we'll see you guys maybe tomorrow. Thanks for watching. See ya.